Orange? No pink? No pink?
I don't mind sitting next to anybody sitting there.
Yeah.
Okay, how about yours? You take 2 seats. Scott, this is his stuff, right?
Yeah, you know what?
I can't see what
I came up with, that's something I compiled too. And I just think it would be good to go through because there are big numbers and I haven't done any. Yeah, no, I mean, like the last time that I looked at
it cold in Wisconsin?
Oh, you know what, Lake? East wind, lake effect today.
But it said, in my car, it said it was 53.
it might even have but yeah, no, that would be great.
Mile that way, 71. Lake effect.
We might potentially lose lost.
So where do we stay?
Well, if you're presenting, I'll bring it out. It's just while there's no one presenting.
People are coming in, okay. All right. I know.
I'll ask so everyone can know.
I don't know. I spent the last couple days. I know my
Yeah, that's where I thought.
Yeah, it's on my team for a while.
Yeah.
But I don't have time. I have to play about 4 times.
Well, it's almost 6 o'clock. To make a few announcements. For those watching tonight's meeting via Diligent Community, the meeting is available live stream via the Diligent Community platform. Please note the chat feature is not monitored. Public comment is accepted in person. A link to the video will be posted to the Diligent Community website immediately following this evening's meeting. To improve the sound while listening to the meeting, please turn up the volume on your computer and the volume on Diligent Community site. And the meeting packet for tonight's meeting is located on the Diligent Community site. For those attending tonight's meeting, bathrooms are located in the foyer through the double doors. Emergency exits are behind you right there, or if you have to go up through the foyer. If you haven't already, please sign the white attendance sheet on the podium in the back of the meeting room. This is a business meeting. The board asks for your cooperation to maintain quorum. Please be considerate and refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. And to improve the quality of the sound, there's a boom microphone directed towards the commissioners. The microphone will pick up all conversations. Matt, Scott, that's you. That boom will pick up any conversations in the vicinity of that microphone. So, I'd like to call to order the May 25th, 2023 regular board meeting at 6:01 p.m. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Archambault?
Present.
Commissioner Wesson?
Here.
Commissioner Rapp?
Present.
Commissioner Root? Here. Commissioner Seaman?
Here.
Commissioner Kodo?
Here.
Commissioner James?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Are there any changes to the agenda?
Do we want to have any staff members that want to present now versus later? Respect to their time. I know Kyle's going to be here, Costa's going to be here. I don't know if there's anything else that they would need to present during staff reports.
Just let him cover it during financials. How about that?
Done.
All right. May I have a motion to approve the April 2023 financials? So moved. For a second?
Second.
Jim?
Thank you. Commissioner James. The year-to-date operating surplus for the Park District is in a positive position. Tax revenues are where we expected them to be. And operating expenses and capital expenses are both below budget year-to-date. So the combination of those three yields a $695,847 operating surplus. Our revenue projections are tracking to year-end budgeted figures, and we forecast a year-end operating expenses to be slightly below budget.
Any questions on the financials? All right, hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Wesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
that motion passes.
Moving on to vouchers, may I have a motion to approve the vouchers for $674,618.07 as presented?
The April financial memo.
That's part of the financial.
Part of the financial. Sorry. May I have a motion to approve vouchers as
So
presented?
moved on to that.
Second.
All right, motion and a second, discussion, Jim?
There were no unexpected payments over the last 4 weeks. They've been reviewed and approved by Commissioner Rapp, so this is pretty straightforward. Nothing of note to report.
I just have one comment on the Red Barn contract. We paid out $57,500. That additional $7,500 was a reimbursement for an insurance premium that was added to the contract after the draft that we had approved. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that. But yeah, no, we're trucking along on vouchers.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a lot of work. Any further questions in the vouchers? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo,
Yes.
Commissioner Archibald,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner James,
Yes.
that motion passes.
All right, we're moving on to remarks from visitors. This is your, yeah, Jim, before we move on, did you want to make a step?
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Davis. Given the opportunity, I will make one quick report. This afternoon, we received a report from our bond managers. We are well below the arbitrage threshold as of April 30th for the bonds that were issued in July 2020. We have approximately $194,000 below the threshold with 90 days to go to the 3-year anniversary. So we're in a
Very good.
good position.
We're in good shape.
Yes.
Anything else?
Nope.
The restricted donations, your work with the financial institutions.
Oh, thank you, all right. We have opened a business account at Fifth Third Bank, it is funded and up and running. We are sitting down on Tuesday of next week to parcel out, the restricted funds and the foundation to the various accounts that we've opened at Chase Bank. And we have one item to get to Citibank before that account is up and running as well. So we're in very good position where those are concerned.
All right,
Great.
thank you. Thanks, Jim. Remarks from visitors is your opportunity to address the board on any issue. When called upon, please come to the center position in front of the commissioners, stand at the podium, speak loud or into the microphone, state your name for the record, and speak directly to the board. Please keep all comments under 3 minutes. Remember, this is not a question and answer forum, so please do not expect a response or an answer from the board this evening. If you prefer to share your comments in writing, you may use the comment cards which are available near the sign-in sheets. Any Park District staff will accept your card to be shared with the board. Who would like to speak first?
I will.
Hello, my name is Katie Stevens. I'm a Winnetka resident, and I'm asking for my comments. I will give them to Kyle, and I want them to go in the public record. Some of the facts and findings that I found today, I feel are incorrect, and I want to put it on a public record that I really don't feel there has been public support for this. At the last couple of meetings, we had 50 people against this and 1 for it. And I went to all the chats and workshops, and there were people that I heard that wanted this stopped in thousands that signed a petition, and many of us that have continued to express the public wish against the swap and the rocks. Number 2, I have to tell you I was a little verklempt at the repeals comment in the contract. Just like laws can be repealed, ordinances can be rescinded. This appears draconian to possibly think you can bully future boards to not touch this contract, or whatever you're calling it. We choose the park board members, and they have the right to do what they are chartered to do by the public and for the public. They work for us, and if they want to change anything, they can vote to rescind this. For example, if there's an act of war, this can be repealed for any reason or any other reason. They have the ability to make their own decisions. You also only have 4 people in support of this and 2 against it, so I don't understand how you could possibly say no future board can make any changes. Number 3, has the village given you approval? I think not. So if the village has requirements that need changed to this, what happens? Something of this magnitude needs more public comment and more time to absorb. This was listed on the website today 6 hours ago. And I don't understand how you could possibly pass it the same day. It's Memorial Day weekend. And I gotta tell you, this does not look good for the park board to do it the weekend of Memorial Day weekend. Number 4, there's an association with Kenilworth, and we live less than a mile away, that has conducted a survey of every single citizen. Let me re-say that. Every single citizen, and they have come up with a much more citizen-based concept with sightlines, a far less expensive alternative, like literally so far less, it's kind of unbelievable. And they're putting their rocks over an existing groin, they're not removing the groin, and no groin on the south end. The reference of the littoral drift in the document that I read today talks about Waukegan, which I believe is irrelevant. They are at a point like Gilson Beach is on a point, not in the middle of a half circle. Kenilworth is our reference point. They did this with real input and real public comments. The final thing that I think is the craziest, in my opinion, is the health and safety is 100% an issue.
That's 3 minutes, please wrap it up.
You're placing a stormwater pipe on the north end and the waves come north to southeast. So we'll have a stormwater pipe in a pile of rocks and there's a conflict of interest. If the park district hires a contract to design, make the design and make money off the design. Kenilworth needs 125 feet. I don't understand why we need 225.
Thank you. Who would like to go next?
Hello, my name is Kristen Cross, and I'll make this short. I'm going to my son's kindergarten orientation today, so it started at 6, but it's very important for us that we're here. I want to point out that our oldest son is starting kindergarten. We are very invested in East Winnetka and Winnetka in general. We have heard a lot of different numbers going around about what this first phase is going to cost, and it seems to be around $10.5 million. And we look at it as something that is responsible and something that is a current resource that is being completely underutilized. We want to use our beaches. We, as a young family, are trying to make these meetings. We are hiring babysitters, we are coordinating, and it's important that you hear from us as well, not just the silent, not just the loud minority that attends these almost as if it's their job. We respect everyone's opinions, but I can tell you as the president of Willow Preschool School Board, Parent Board, we would like to see these resources being used. We appreciate all of the thought that has gone into it by experts. I'm not a heart surgeon, just like I wouldn't tell a heart surgeon how to do their job. I'm not going to tell a surveyor how to do their job. We're just going to take what their information is and move forward. So we really appreciate your time, and we would really like to see this beach project move forward. I would like to have my kids be able to swim at the beaches. Unfortunately, Lloyd, you need a craft to do that, and it's a very nice beach, but my kids aren't paddleboarding. They're barely even, we're learning the backstroke. So anyways, well, thank you very much, and we hope to see you guys move forward with this project as soon as possible.
Thank you.
There you go. You think they're hearing this on, or do you have to hold this? Hear me. Good evening. Is it coming through?
Yes,
Okay,
great,
thanks.
perfect.
I have two unrelated issues this evening, and I consider both of these to be important, but I'm going to try and stay within 3 minutes, but I might need a couple more. I am here this evening to ask that the vote for the north side of Elder Beach 219-foot stone wall of rocks be again studied. From what I have learned, taking the large rocks more than 100 or 125 feet turns into a very expensive project with diminishing returns on your investment. Does this board know what the depth of Elder Centennial underwater is at 219? How about 125? This information is necessary to control the amount of large stones needed and could help with the views and preserve the integrity of the existing beach. If you were building a harbor, you most likely would extend the breakwater, as you may need the depth for some larger boats. Winnetka Park District is renovating an existing swimming beach. The steel groins have been proven for the last 50 years or more, but apparently the rocks are considered to be the more modern way to protect the bluffs. That new way is great, but not proven. If the Winnetka Park District continues with the rocks and can reduce the existing footage and height, then proceed with the rocks. The proposed height and length of 219 feet appears to be more than is necessary. With the proposed plan, the vista that one will enjoy at the beach, at the level of the beach, is non-existent. The height of the proposed rock pile makes it impossible to see over the rocks toward the horizon from the beach level. A 3D sketch would allow that and show that fact. The public has not been provided with such a model. The proposed boardwalk should be eliminated. To sit on the beach and have a person overhead on the boardwalk peering out or down upon the people on the beach is most undesirable at Elder or Centennial. The Winnetka Park District is in compliance with ADA regulations using the existing drive and ramp proposed at Elder. The proposed boardwalk is ugly, very expensive, and not necessary. How about a smaller observation deck that could accommodate overlooking the beach and the bluff at Centennial? A simple design would be very beneficial to all. Keep our beaches simple and beautiful. Keep the stormwater pipe as it is under the existing pier at Elder. Repair the pier, sharpen the wall on the north and the south, and finish the project under budget. Forget the last 2 years of discussing Elder and Centennial beaches. You as a board will sail with appreciation in the eyes of the people that you were elected to serve. Do not throw away taxpayer money to change the stormwater pipe that the Village of Winnetka outside experts have reviewed and have deemed is not falling apart, as some on this board suggest. Now, here's my other comment. It's very short, and it's a safety issue. It's at Lloyd Beach.
You're right at 3 minutes.
It's okay, I'm going 30 seconds over. Thank you. I appreciate the chance to ask this Board of Commissioners to request the appropriate staff to put a handrail on the stone steps on the south end of Lloyd Beach. I walked the beach and found that traveling across the sandy, slippery, and uneven rocks is not safe. And to correct this issue, it appears to me that a simple handrail in the center of the steps would easily solve the problem of safety. I do believe that FDRMA, at a review, would ask that a simple handrail be installed. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
Hi, my name is Ginny Pennell, and I live on Fairview Avenue near Greeley. And I'm here today. I know this beach project is very...
What was that?
It's the mic. Maybe touch the mic.
Gosh, sorry. But I know the project is very complex, and I just have a lot going on to really get into the details of any of that. So I'm just here today to, me and so many other of the mom friends and families that live on Fairview and Orchard and Hawthorne and Woodland, we all would just love to see the beach opened as soon as possible. I don't know if there's anything that could be done this summer, but
our kids are the age where they're at home, they're not at camps, and they're not gone yet, and we're missing out on years. I didn't mean to cry, but like these are the precious years that we can be at the beach, and we haven't been able to. My kids go to Christian Heritage Academy in Northfield, and literally the only thing that keeps us living in East Winnetka is walkability to the beach. We would move and get a big yard and a huge house somewhere else. The only reason we chose where we live is to walk to the beach, because we could drive to the beach from anywhere. We could drive to Tower, but it's just not realistic. And I hope you guys will really consider opening it.
I can't see. Somebody else?
Teresa Claybrook, 997 Vine Street. I moved to Winnetka 19 years ago. At the time, there were grand plans for the post office park, or the post office itself. That's gone nowhere. We all know what's happened to One Winnetka. It sat there as empty buildings for way too long. Our community gets paralyzed by indecision and not making things happen. You guys have the opportunity to do what so many people in the community are behind. I know there are a few people that are against it, but there are so many more that are for it. So you're making a decision tonight. You make that decision on behalf of the future of Winnetka, the future of those wonderful young families that are moving in. Give them the opportunity to have safe beaches to go visit, ones that are open, and ones that have complete access for all of our constituents. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Thank you. Wait.
Last hand.
You're going to get your turn to say stuff.
Hi, I wasn't planning on speaking again, so I just wanted to piggyback on that because,
Say your name, please.
sorry, Jenny Solberg-Katzman. And, yeah, I just have, from gathering information over the last few weeks, it sounds like it has been a little bit of a common theme of some really cool, innovative projects that have been in the works to improve and offer additional resources to families in Winnetka have either not happened, and what I'm referencing is, I just heard a little history on like putting a pool in, and the building we're in today about AC Nielsen. And I'm not fully privy, like an expert at all the background information, but I just have heard of these major projects which have ultimately ended up going into private funding because of indecision. And like the woman in the back mentioned with the post office in Winnetka, and there's so many more things that can kind of elevate Winnetka to be such an, and we're all still moving here, which is the funny part, even though there's some dead areas that we're all just kind of either going to Glencoe or Wilmette for additional dining areas and et cetera. So that's not why we're here tonight, but it's interesting when you hear of making a beach too good, essentially, that you're nervous about either riffraff coming from the city or all the different things that we've heard about this plan. And I think that ultimately the message is that everyone cares so much, and I think that we hope we can all just trust the board to listen and make the modifications of what the people are saying. And within your expert, you've invested so much into these people, putting these designs together, that you'd think that tonight is a reason to just continue to move forward, approve the beach, and
You're at 3 minutes.
every single finite detail of what's been proposed. I mean, it's not like the end of the world yet. There's still room to modify, and so the message of just continuing to move forward, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, I think it's hitting the table. Maybe they should just hold the mic. Yeah, John?
I'm approaching the privilege.
John, it may just be better to hold the mic. I think when people are hitting the podium, that's what's sparking it.
Yeah, I'm just. I don't want to see Mr. Adams jump again. Just a final thought on this. Why don't you all just go ahead and do a survey? I mean, we've had people here coming and supporting and opposing, and everybody's saying that their side is in the majority. Who is in the majority? What do the people want? What are you afraid of? Thank you. John Rick.
Hello. My name is Mike Lefevre. I live at 1040 Pine Street. I moved to Winnetka 3 years ago with my wife and two young children, ages 5 and 18 months. I'm here today in support of the 2030 Beach Project, as this is an important matter that affects our town's identity and our future. We just made it through a long winter, and honestly, who doesn't want to be in the summertime on some pristine beaches? Granted, the beach isn't for everyone, but for all the young families who have recently moved to Winnetka, it's a top priority. I realize it comes at an expense, but I don't see any benefit of kicking the can down the road. Winnetka is blessed with a beautiful lakefront, and we should do everything we can to improve it and preserve it. Last summer, we spent pretty much every other Friday at Tower Beach with our friends and family. The kids got together, the families got together, we had a great time. It was just a great opportunity to kind of grow our community, invite more friends down there, and have a really good time. Our beaches have the potential to become remarkable assets that define our town. I stand ready, along with many other Winnetka residents that are not present, to do anything that we can to move this project through the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, hearing no further public comment, we'll have an opportunity later on. Now we'll move to the consent agenda. Without objection, we will act on the following items with a single vote. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented? So moved. Let me read it. Including closed session meeting minutes of March 23rd, 2022, Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of April 13, 2022, closed session meeting minutes of April 13, 2022, regular board meeting minutes of April 27, 2023. Did I say 2022?
Yeah, you did.
I meant 2023. Regular board meetings of April 27, 2023, closed session meeting minutes of April 27, 2023. Motion to approve all minutes as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Just a quick heads up that Commissioner Root and Commissioner Rapp made some edits to a couple of the minutes, but they are just to make sure that there's some clarity, but the edits were perfect, so.
Okay. I only have one modification. On the 4/13/2023 Committee of the Whole, page 5, the word coding, C-O-D-I-N-G, should be coating, C-O-A-T-I-N-G. Good catch. Color code, we're gonna color code our tennis courts. Green is for beginners, black will be for experts. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Carries. All right, moving on to communications. Don?
So we have a article from the Record as well as a thank you note from some seniors at New Trier to whom we donated a hash for 4 to our beaches. They're doing a fundraiser for Habitat for Humanity, so it's awesome to be able to support the seniors. But those are our 2 communications in the packet.
Mickey, do you want to speak to?
Yes, I would. So it's come to my attention that there's yet another paper article that seems to want to pit the village and the Park District against one another. So my communication or update for everyone is yesterday I had a one-on-one meeting with Christopher Rentz. And I would characterize that meeting as a 100% positive, moving forward, clearing the air meeting. Several times, both of us said to one another, we're good. We're good. It's about going forward. It's about working together. So whatever might be going on to the press with the Record, Tribune, the Talk, any other publication, I will tell you, I walked away from that meeting held high, and if Chris Rentz were here, I would believe he'd say exactly the same thing. That's my update.
Great, thank you. All right, moving on to unfinished business. Winnetka Golf Club, update from Vince Juarez, Kemper Sports.
All set.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I brought the team. Everybody should know Mary Kate Walsh. We've got Andrew Garner, Matt Johnson, and Dave Groley. So we're here to give an update.
Take a step forward so you're not so close to the audience. Give them a little room.
We're here to give a little update on the progress of the golf course, both from an operational standpoint and from a construction standpoint. We're going to talk a little bit about the open house that we recently hosted at the golf course. We'll talk a little bit about PGA Hope, which kicked off tonight at the golf course. Matt just got done teaching 16 veterans, both active duty and retired. Give a construction update, go through some marketing results, and talk a little bit about the financials. So I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Yeah, so on the 13th of May, we had our open house, which was, the weather was a little bit of a damper, but we had a decent turnout and a real success with our fitting day. We also coordinated with Payless, and we sold over $6,000 worth of clubs that day. Discover Golf was out there, and we had some parents come up that were now sign-ups into our clinics. We've passed out food, and we've managed to get some people out to take a look at the renovations for the golf course, which Andrew was up on the first tee showing drawings off of what was going on. So we had a great day out there, and just hope, if we had a little better weather, it would have been even a nicer day. PGA Hope, we got through tonight. We're one of 6 Kemper courses running PGA programs through PGA Hope. We had 16 veterans that will be with us for 6 weeks in a row. A lot of them are new to golf, so we've got a lot of new people that are interested in playing, which is great, and exposing them to different means and methods of getting out there and enjoying recreation. And then one of the other things would be Frequent Fairways, which is a Kemper program that encourages people to visit different Kemper properties, and in doing so, there's an app where they get rewarded at different visits along their stage with golf balls and clubs, and there's a party and then a fitting day at the end in Carlsbad for Callaway.
Kyle, if you would mind clicking on the gentleman on the right and playing the video.
See if we get some volume.
Might need to turn up the volume.
Let's try my remote.
A VA newsletter actually signed today. Let's sign up and see how it is. Hi there, my name is Tom Basemore. I'm a current active duty officer with the United States Army, working in marketing down in Chicago. I'm here today at Winnetka Golf Club for the PGA Hope Clinic. Pretty excited for some golf lessons and piece together a game that's been pieced together for many years very poorly. My wife kind of told me this opportunity from a VA newsletter actually signed today. Let's sign up, see how it is.
So we hear this story a lot, not only at Winnetka, but we hear it at Harborside and Cantini and all the other facilities that we host PGA Hope, where it's active duty, retired military folks that want to get together with other military veterans and their counterparts and play golf. Some of them have played golf for years, some of them were brand new. Matt, being a little modest, Matt broke up the groups into 3 different sections, took the beginners, the intermediates, the advanced players. took them out, and they were on the short game facility, they were on the putting green, they were on the driving range, and spent an hour and a half out on the golf course, or out on the practice facility working today. So we hear this story quite frequently. We take testimonials from the players as they come out. We like to show all of you and all of our clients exactly what it means to somebody when they come out. Matt has been through a specialized training for PGA Hope, because when you're dealing with veterans, you don't know what they've been through. You don't know where they've been, what they've seen, what they've done, and really what state of mind they're in. So Matt has gone through specialized PGA Hope training to deal with PTSD, amputees, if there's an amputee that comes in, if there's somebody that is blind. Matt has been through the training for all of that. So this is a great program for Winnetka, a great program for all of our facilities, and we're thrilled to host it. All right, going to move on to Andrew.
Good evening, thank you. A lot of things have been happening over the last month. We've had good weather, so a lot of construction has been happening pretty much every day of the week except for Sunday. So a lot of progress has happened. There's currently 11 holes in construction phase, some type of earthwork. Some of those holes are, the clay subgrades are getting approved and then moving on to topsoil approval. So we've got about 7 of those holes that are subgrade or final grades are in the process. And the rest of the holes, there's 4 holes that have minimal work on them right now, but soon to be more as they move closer to the south side of the golf course. The travel time will start to shorten and more work will start to happen in those areas as well. Right now, the reason for such a long time span to get some of these things done is they're having to truck and go long distances. So that work, when they get closer and closer to 18, that work will be getting done a lot quicker. Cart paths, we have more than half the holes right now have rock sand base in them, and they just keep peeling away square feet or linear feet by the day on cart paths. It's a continuous process that's been going on every day. I go out there and find a new section of a hole that's been done. So they've been moving along on the cart paths. Very exciting with the cart paths getting around this property now with some cart paths in some various areas. Makes it really nice. So it's a very, very nice benefit to the golf course now. No additional bridge construction has happened on the golf course since we've completed the 4 major new bridges. The final 3 bridges are still here on the south end of the golf course and will be addressed later in the summer. Drainage, the same thing. We have about half the holes right now on 18 completely done with drainage, and they keep moving. They just started a new hole today, so we're moving on to 11 and 12, the holes that are going to be finished by the end of the week. Cart path asphalting is going to start here in the next couple weeks, and again they'll be starting from the north end and starting to make their way towards the south. Again, everything right now with the weather conditions and everything has been moving pretty smoothly, and it's really starting to take shape, and really some of the fairway remodelings has really changed the view of the hole. So really exciting stuff out there. Thank you.
I would also just add that Rick Jacobson's been out almost daily this week, doing all the delineations of all the tees and the greens, basically drawing, painting, flagging where those are going to be so that we can get them sprayed out and prepped for seed in the late summer. So Andrew's already had a lot of those areas sprayed out. so that they will be ready for Wadsworth. Wadsworth's also on site doing the bunker work on the greens. They're removing all the old sand and fixing the drainage, so that process has started as well. There's a lot going on out there between a lot of different entities, so between cart pass and bunker work and Rick's work, and he's out there. They need him, with the way the weather's been going, they need him there a lot just to finalize grading, subgrade, and then finish grade, so that Wadsworth can get onto it, and it's all been happening really fast. The weather's been fantastic, so.
So just a few highlights from marketing. These two slides are from a marketing dashboard we do each month, so good stats to report here on our website. The green up arrow shows that we are increasing our traffic month over month. Two of our most visited pages on the website are our renovation or construction page, as well as the driving range page, so the updates page and the page to get people to come to the course and spend money on driving range, so that's great. We've also added a new pop-up message on the website for people to get quick updates, as well as a page for the Glenview Park Golf Club resident rates, so that people know to go there, that they can experience another course while the golf course here is closed. As far as social media, so we're continuing to see an uptick. We've found that posting videos has generated the most engagement, so we'll start posting videos of PGA Hope as well as other happenings on property, including our next video in our informational interview series, as well as our drone work. So the drone company was out yesterday, right, filming more work, adding to the time-lapse videos, so we'll have our May update to share as we continue to see progress of that project. We're excited for that. And then we'll continue to push out our monthly newsletters. You should see the next one come out early next week after the holiday. And then we're also working on some video content with Richard Franklin to showcase Discover Golf and that side of the business as well.
And just a quick tidbit on the driving range. I was there today for the PGA Hope Clinics, meeting and greeting all the participants, working a little bit with Matt. I think there's 21 bays at the driving range, give or take, plus the teaching bays. Every one of those bays was full today from about 4 o'clock till when we left right before 6. So, and that's the way that it has been pretty regularly when the weather has been nice. So it's great that the folks are still coming out and practicing and using the facility and know that it's open. So that's wonderful. Just a tidbit update on the financials. This is through April. April revenue was $41,000 and change compared to a budget of just shy of $27,000. Year-to-date revenues are $80,000 with a budget of $80,000, pretty much spot on. Payroll, as we see significant savings in payroll. When we built the budget, we built it not really having a full understanding of how much staff was going to be needed. Matt has done a great job, and Andrew has done a great job in really, staffing the facility appropriately for what's needed. We talk about that a lot during our weekly calls and our updates, and they've done a wonderful job. We're about just shy of $100,000 favorable to budget and payroll, and our operating expenses have come in favorable as well. April, $21,000 versus a budget of $42,000. Year-to-date, $94,000 versus a budget of $150,000. So year-to-date EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization. For April, we were $50,000 to $60,000 favorable to budget, and year-to-date we're about $130,000 favorable to budget. We do have some deferred expenses that will hit that are part of the lesson revenue for Richard Franklin, so that'll eat into that number slightly, but it'll still be significantly favorable to budget. So a job well done by Andrew and a job well done by Matt.
It's not often you're celebrating a loss, but in this case, it's less of a loss.
In this case, we know we're not going to generate the revenue.
Yeah. Great job.
That's awesome.
So, questions?
Go ahead, Warren. How are you doing on the undercuts? Are we above or below budget?
We're doing good. There hasn't been a whole lot of undercutting going on with the approval of the bigger stone. That has kind of helped take on some of that undercutting. So they've used that in some difficult areas, some wetter areas. Um,
All right, great.
So,
I don't understand it, so they're using larger stone instead of?
Pounded in 3-inch rock?
The sub base was initially at an 8-inch lift, a 6-inch CA6, which is basically like a 3/4 inch with vines. By putting a large base down with a geotextile fabric, you're able to hold a greater footprint because that stone is larger in scale, so it won't permeate and push down further. It allows it to be a stronger sub base to be built up on.
The volume, the dollars that we allocated for that were coming in?
We're well below. Well below.
Excellent.
We had budgeted, I think it was 179 not to exceed. Right now, we've used about maybe upwards of 3,000 linear feet in total. So we're maybe 30,000 into it, like that. So yeah, we're gonna come in well below.
Great. Mickey?
Several things. First question is, given the weather, I assume we are on schedule?
yes.
Okay. Safe assumption, right? Number two, I had a chance to get a visual of the dig for the pond that will be combined 17 and 18. It is enormous. When you talk about 64 acre-feet of water, it kind of sounds like, it's a bathtub. The thing is enormous. I mean, it is enormous. So, good to see that stuff going on. Then the last piece, I'll try not to get emotional, but I probably will. PGA, I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of you guys initiating that and for the Park District to be a partner in it. These guys deserve it. They put their life on the line for us. 3 years ago, there were 2 guys out there, one of them had been severely injured in Iraq. He had his rescue dog with him. They finished the round, there were 12 of us, we talked to them all afternoon. Great guys, encouraged them to continue playing golf. They drank a lot of free beer that day, as did we. And I can't begin to tell you how proud I am of that program. I hope you keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you. It's like communication like this absolutely confirms that we made the right decision in hiring Kemper to manage this process for us that we've never done before. So I love hearing directly from Kemper. So I would just say thank you to each and every one of you showing up tonight. So fantastic. So thank you.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You may want to, once all the stuff is done for the stormwater to come in, once you call it Lake Winnetka Golf Course.
Lake Winnetka.
Just a suggestion.
In closing, I just want to thank everybody. We do have some events that are still coming up. We have the Cleveland Fitting Day that's coming up on Saturday. We've got the Callaway Fitting Days, which are a couple per month. I think we have one coming up this coming Wednesday. So, continue to tell your friends, continue to tell them to go to the website for updated information. Matt and Mary Kate send out updates pretty regularly via emails and posts, but there are a lot of things happening. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dave.
Good job.
Thanks, Matt.
You got it?
Thanks, Ian.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben.
We move on to item 8.2, concept plan for Elder Lane and Centennial Park, phases 1, 2, and 3. Costa?
Warren, thank you. We're going to be pulling up the plans for phases 1 through 3, and we'll talk through those briefly. Once again, plans haven't changed from where they were last. The only suggested change that I will bring up is the continued due diligence of the stormwater team to try and resolve the stormwater issue in the most efficient way possible, being mindful of our change in intent with the removal of the access road going down the bluff. Without going through that and taking a look at that and trying to minimize our impact on the upper park land and the passive space, we want to make sure that we're preserving as many trees as possible. So between Thomas Burke, Bill Olfis, Matt Wright, Scott, and others, we've taken a look through that. Bill and I have met out on site. We walked the cannon through the line. We've staked the route out so we can survey it.
to minimize that approach as well. So once again, another effort to try to minimize that approach and preserve the green space and the wonderful trees that we have in the park. Beyond that, wanted to just note quickly our breakwater designs. Once again, the biggest change as presented last a few weeks ago was the concept of A here shown in the breakwater for the center groin portion of phase 1. That now has a return all the way back to the toe of the steel, or excuse me, toe of the steel that is shown here as part of item or letter G. That is now being built in to help retain this and establish that beach so we don't have the pass through and we're able to hold more sand now that this is derived to a swimming beach per the park vote from the last meeting. As we continue through the approach, the design for the north breakwater, 219 feet center line from the base of the steel sheeting has not changed. The dimensions throughout has not changed. The location of the staircase from previous was pulled back westernly as much as possible. Once again, being mindful of where the Horton high water mark is and the ability for patrons to go ahead and walk the park, in this case the beach, and go through to neighboring beaches unimpeded. The access as needed to bring you to a manhole 4 as part of the stormwater project. We're still preparing those plans. We expect those plans to be ready some point next week where we can then share those with the village to have them go through and do a review to make sure that we're in lockstep with what they expect. We expect there to be some discussion through that, but we're hopeful with all the great work and the work that we've done so far with James Bernal and others at the village that we're on a collaborative path forward to be aligned with our proposed installation. As you move south or slightly, you'll notice that the 125-foot groin to the center line of the steel that's going out is allowing the build out of the element for the off-leash dog beach. That still preserves the access behind, so a patron or a beach user can go ahead and traverse the beach without having to pass through the dog park itself. We're preserving the ADA access as we initiated originally through the plan, and we're going to continue with the swimming beach to the northern side. Those are kind of the base elements through this. Once again, the biggest, heaviest lift and part of the value engineering design was the reduction of the access road to the north, as well as the concrete ramp to get down from that access road down to beach elevation. Those have been removed, and the relocation, or excuse me, not relocation, but the layout of the new widened access road from the existing Elder Lane access ramp going down to the beach has been widened and recontoured slightly to be able to auto-turn the truck traffic that's needed to get down to the beach. i.e., we want to make sure physically that the trucks that we're going to need to support this project, not only for a land-based delivery of construction, but also in perpetuity to maintain the facility, can make their way down to the beach for what we need. So those are elements that we've looked through and once again made sure that we can complete, not only for the initial phase of work, but to maintain this for the future. You can click on the second slide, please. Phase 2 is basically, for the most part, very similar to phase 1. The biggest changes you'll see from phase 1 to phase 2 is the build out of this center groin, as you see here, bifurcating Centennial Beach. The element is basically going out 240 feet to the center line from where the steel is, and then we elongated the the north boardwalk as well. This allows for greater separation of the two beaches, the swimming beach and then the off-leash dog beach, but also in this case creates a stronger, more protected swimming beach on the north side of Centennial. This will allow for the build out of a access walkway or pier, however you want to term it, to be able to walk from the boardwalk out 125 feet and engage that lake even further. So that's an element that's built in as part of this, as well as, like I suggested, building out the southern beach or the northern beach of Centennial for that. The design south for the dog beach stays the same, and our Elder stays the same as well. The biggest change is when you morph from phase 2 into phase 3. You'll see that change. If I can have you, thank you. you'll see the element that was located A before of the centerline stone and the small groin that was outside of the existing steel that we repurposed. Now that same stone is being relocated and repurposed to an offshore breakwater that allows for greater protection of the overall site. I will insist that in order to make phase 3 here come to fruition, the the 261 property would need to be acquired by the Park District. It is shown here only in the phase of being acquired. There is no property exchange noted here. We're maintaining the entirety of Centennial property and acquiring the 70 feet of 261. That's the only way that it's being presented currently for that to happen. What happens with discussions around the property exchange, those have not been put into this plan design. Those are separate as direction given to the board. So we have now a 2-cell system, more of a true 2-cell system to allow for that. You'll also now notice the connection between the previous shown boardwalk of phase 2 connects all the way to the new structure of phase 1 in front of Elder, allowing patrons to traverse the 1,000 linear feet of beach that would now be constructed. It gives greater views and vistas for the beach community and the beachgoers to enjoy, as well as activating and giving everybody the opportunity to have a hard deck to walk to use the restroom facilities at Elder Lane Beach House. There is currently no plan to put bathrooms in this phase of work or any of the phases of work shown for Centennial. The only access would be to Elder, whether you're traversing 261 at the ordinary high water mark or via the sidewalk at Sheridan Road. You would be able to get to Elder Lane to access the bathrooms. Once again, in this design, we're able to complete that boardwalk to connect you through. So not only can you walk the entirety of the beach, but you can also utilize the bathroom facilities for those who need those at that time. The elements to the west, the parking lots, they stay the same with the exception of being redone. We expect these two to be vastly impacted by the construction. So part of the design and part of the cost that we have put together does allow for these structures to be redone and basically built back as they were previously designed before. We're not increasing the amount of parking, we're not increasing the amount of hard space, we're keeping the footprint the same. If there's any questions on this, I'd love to be able to field any questions that the board might have.
Nobody?
Dan?
Oh, sure.
Hi. Kirsty, you know me in numbers. Okay, so phase 1, what's our bottom line in cost for phase 1?
Phase 1 is, I don't have the exact figure in front of me, it was
Just rough.
$10,500,000.
Okay, and then when we move to phase 2, what are we looking at in phase 2? And I know these are very, at this point, conceptual, phase 2 and phase 3.
I'm gonna look to Matt, he's got these things just about memorized, so.
Phase 2 is another 4.5 million.
Okay, and then when we get conceptually to phase 3, what are we looking at?
Another 5 million.
Okay, so what is our total for this project?
So $20,500,000.
Thank you very much.
Once again, there is no cost associated with the 261 acquisition, so please note that in there as well, and as well as the stormwater piece that is included in the overall cost, but not broken down in the implements of the phases. And if they are constructed in separate phases, there would be additional costs as well for remobilizations and so
Okay,
forth.
relocation of stormwater is not part of this, right? That's in addition?
Currently, it is not part of that.
Thank you.
No, that is included in the
20.5.
It's in
It's
the
in the 20.5.
But not the 10.5.
But not the phase 1 10.5.
Not the phase 1.
It's not in the phase 1 template?
That's what I thought.
No, no.
It was.
Nope.
The numbers last time.
No.
So sorry about that clarification over the 3.
10.3 for phase 1 and 2.9 to relocate the storm sewer.
Correct.
So
That
that's-
includes contingencies.
That's plus, so it's 12 point whatever. That's one other question, and I'll stop. On our breakwater that we're going to build on the south side here, what are we looking at here? I'm sorry.
We're fine, I just put it on the screen so other people could see.
Yeah, okay. So that is going out, it's going out 240 feet, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and what is, I know at the tip, we're at an elevation of 285.5, is that right?
585.
585, you know. I'm thinking it's 585.
Trying to slip in the submerged wreath.
I love a submerged wreath. I mean, now we're not having boats. I think that's a great idea. Okay, what are we looking at as far as the elevation of our viewing platform?
587.5 is the elevation of the viewing platform.
So we're going to go from 587 down to 585.
Right.
Thank you.
There's a differential
Thank you.
of slope.
Just so that I could provide some context, Maple Beach here, 235 feet. Give you a sense of scale.
Length.
Length, yeah, length, 235. David?
Can I make a comment?
You're a commissioner for a few more hours. Wait, maybe an hour.
I mean, we've had lots of conversations on phase 2 and phase 3, and I had conversations with you and Christina and John, like, why are we talking about 2 and 3? We don't have the money.
Correct. But
And I want to be clear, because there are people from the press here, there's actually people that have made comments that have stayed. We have $10.5 million. Phase 2 and phase 3 are, in some ways, not realistic with the money that we have. I think it's unlikely that we're going to generate $5 million additional dollars through operating in 2 years to pay for phase 2, and then another $5 million to pay for phase 3. So I think it's really clear. Fair questions by Commissioner Root, but when I see things in the media and on social media that talk about these numbers, they're not grounded in financial reality. We've got $10.5 million. That's phase 1. That's it. So phase 2 and phase 3, I'm glad you presented them because it's a grander vision. Good luck.
No, and I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Lloyd Beach is phase 1. That's it. We planned more at Lloyd. We planned additional stone off the end of the boating pier to protect the boat pier. We have other visions for Lloyd in the master plan. Lloyd Beach functions great just as it is. This will also address primary infrastructure issues. And I think that's got to be understood. Major improvements to Elder occurred in 1947, and then Elder Centennial in 1987. So they were 40 years apart. 1947, that was the pier. It was the new pier, a new storm discharge underneath the pier. It's now, what, 75, 76 years old. 1987, Susie and I talked, we remember, that was the high water period. Back then, Elder and Centennial were natural, and those bluffs were collapsing into the lake, much like happened at Lloyd. So that red line of steel at the far north end, you look at the Harza plans from 1987, you'll see the existing contours. That steel was out there, and we were able to rebuild the bluff behind that steel. Same thing happened at Centennial. That whole Centennial bluff had our predecessors not taken that significant step of driving that steel, we would have had much less usable parkland there. The priority is to protect the unprotected area at Elder. Matt, you could probably opine on this later, but there's a composition of gabion baskets, gabion mattresses, some steel sheet pile. They aren't nearly as robust. They're failing. They're beyond their useful life. That's where the big dollars are going, in that section, to make sure that we put the primary infrastructure in place to link those existing steel sheet piles, provide access for maintenance to the new storm sewer location, improve the road down. That's the big dollars.
Any other questions?
Just one other. When are you going to have a 3D virtual representation of this so people can actually walk the beach? I've been so impressed with the Village of Kenilworth. Last Wednesday night, they had a presentation, and they have on their village website a YouTube video where you can actually, they have three options, three beach options that go from $600,000 to $2.3 million. The $2.3 million is a Cove Beach design that is very similar to what we're looking here. And you can virtually walk and see what any obstruction to your horizontal lakefront vision is going to be. It's really awesome. And so again, I'm going to ask you, Scott, and I'm going to beg you, Costa, let's get this up here so people can see.
Scott? You want to take that?
Sure, I'm happy to take it. We can.
Scott Ferris, let's go.
Scott Ferris, we can certainly create those images once we have an established plan that we know we're working off of. We have an established plan we're working off of. We can set the heights, the grades, the features, and put you on the beach and walk you down the beach to see phase 1, 2, 3, or whatever those
Scott,
options
I
are.
would encourage you, pull up Kenilworth's site. They have concepts. They have plans very similar.
Mhm.
This plan has been in existence, you know, I've been asking you since January. Put it up there so people can do
Yeah.
that. I think it will help people getting comfortable that they're not going to lose their lakeshore vista. I'm still not convinced that's not true. It'll help me.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
If I can just make a comment real quick. I had the privilege to meet with Cynthia Rapp and Colleen Root the other day, yesterday actually, in response to some of the questions. And one of those questions was that we did provide some of those views and vistas previously in the open house board package, showing the elevations and how those look. We even took the opportunity to bring people down to the lakefront, comparable to Lloyd, and we brought up string lions to Centennial to help reinforce the fact that the elevations. I don't disagree with Commissioner Root's approach, and that's something, as Scott suggested, once we have a finalized plan, we're planning on bringing that cost estimate back to the board for approval and then execution. So we will follow back up with that once we have an approved plan to move forward with.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Costa.
Thank you, Costa.
Christina, do you want to report on the meeting with Village from
Yes.
last week?
Yes.
Do it as well as that.
So,
Last week on May 18th, we had a meeting at 9:30 a.m. at Village Hall. Chris Rins, Rob Abitoff, Rob Bahan, Village Manager Warren James, myself, and John Peterson. We talked about, our goal was to understand how the new permitting requirements would work, how the new approval process would work, and they had some comments for us after reviewing the May 11th plan. So they indicated that the IGA for the stormwater pipe would be the first step. Definitely to negotiate that would be step one. Step two would be, step two further on down the line would be much, very detailed, very definite plans. They don't want to see any optionality. They don't want to see any sort of potential for alterations. They want a definitive set of breakwaters or improvements, and they want to consider them once. They don't want 5 or 6 bites at the apple. They want to consider them once. What we submit to them will drive what additional permitting, if any, special use was mentioned. That would be a function of what additional review entities within the village they decide to impose. We are considering all of your comments, and as we are not yet final with our design, I believe we have started a good set of conversations with them. I have another meeting with Chris Renz next week on June 1st, and I expect that we'll be able to go forward. I think there's good, I think there's a lot of expectation that we can find something that works for everyone. Something that works for our board and something that works for the village board, and something that protects, repairs it, protects it, and process. So I think there is a path forward. It's gonna take some work to get there, obviously the IGA will be the first one.
What was their feedback on the May 11th plan?
The May 11th plan has a lot of elements that we've already eliminated, so it has.
I'm not sure if that date is 100% right. I think they were under the impression that we still had the access road to the old access road.
Okay, because the May 11th one did not
It
have
did not.
that.
So I think that they were not quite
Yeah,
on the
they
same
called
page.
it, yeah, they called it the May 11th plan, so that the boardwalk was still in there, the concrete platform was still in there, the viewing platform was still in there, so those elements have been, those are for us are now phase 2 and phase 3. Phase 1 is really,
So we have not got feedback from them on our current phase 1.
they will not, they will give us feedback when we submit our plans.
The conversation was regarding the process.
Yes.
The purpose and agenda was to establish the process.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Please?
Chris Rentz had made a couple statements. His most recent statement at the village meeting was that the pipe's good. Pipe's good, don't need to do anything with the pipe. And then in our plan, we've got the pier coming out, assuming the pipe's coming with it. So, I guess, when we talk about the resolution, jumping ahead here, it's, I believe paragraph 69 addresses that there may need to be further refinements to this plan. Is that a fair statement, given?
It is a fair statement, and I would encourage everyone to read the motions that we passed carefully. Remember, this board acts only by the motions that are passed. The motions were written to state that we are going to present these plans, we're going to prepare them for permit application, because that's the village process that was established in the new ordinance. That we have to have a set of plans that we can submit to them, that is consistent with what Chris outlined to us, but those plans are always subject to change by virtue of the permitting authority review. But we have to get into the process. And I can tell you that we've had conversations regarding the storm sewer improvements, detailed specific conversations regarding the storm sewer improvements to go back to the year 2000 with a lot of input from the village, who requested that we increase the scope. The televised section, I understand that they've determined that the 54-inch storm sewer, corrugated metal storm sewer underneath the pier, that the end section is damaged. They acknowledged that. We all saw the picture of the rusted off section of pipe. They said their determination of that pipe is adequate. The pier itself has deficiencies, chunks of concrete falling off of it. The twin 36-inch storm sewers that go up the bluff lead to a 100-year-old 2-foot by 3-foot brick line storm sewer and a parallel 27-inch diameter reinforced concrete pipe that goes from the top of the bluff out to Sheridan. Our plans call to replace that, because those, the construction, that's the undersized portion, that's the oldest portion, and that sets the stage for further improvements. That increase of scope was requested by the village. That's what's incorporated in our plan. That's part of that big number. We also put in the storm improvement basins, those features that you saw in the workshop that have the big screens that catch any debris and they allow some sedimentation to fall out. Those water quality improvements are part of that storm sewer improvement, and all of that's setting the stage. We hope that, and remember, a year ago today, the permit was already in for review with the MWRD for the very same improvements. We understand that there's a lot of consternation over this. We understand that we have to reach an agreement through an IGA, and we're prepared to do that, but we need to get a set of plans, as Chris said, show us a definitive set. Come in once. We understand, follow that process, and we'll move forward in a collaborative sense. I want to point out that we reached a great agreement that benefited the community, the golf course. We reached a great agreement at Crow Island Woods that solved D36, Village, and we were part of that solution. We want to be a part of the solution in Southeast Winnetka as well. All right, if there's no further comment, we'll move on to the resolution 23-525, findings of fact concerning proposed lakefront improvements for Elder Lane and Centennial Park beaches, and authorization and direction for preparation of permit plans and specifications for Elder and Centennial lakefront improvements and permit applications to permitting authorities. I'm going to turn it over to Costa and Scott. They are going to go through a PowerPoint presentation that helps explain this voluminous document and all of the exhibits that are referenced therein. From there, we will move to a motion, and then the board will consider amendments to the motion, and we'll proceed from there. But I'll turn it over to Costa and Scott. And thank them for doing, Morgan, for doing a terrific job of distilling a lot of information.
Warren, thank you. And on that very point, I know, recognizing Scott and myself and Morgan, there's a lot of people that put a lot of time in this. Morgan Chapman is one of those individuals, part of the Lakota team, who probably has more hours than she cares to say in this document, and a lot of documents that she has helped us with through this process, open houses and other things. So just want to congratulate her and thank her for all her help throughout this process. As discussed, and Warren, thank you for the lead-in, Scott Ferris from the Lakota Group will be co-presenting with me. And then we also have Matt Wright from Red Barn Design Engineering here as well to help reflect on a few things, more technical basis. But in front of you tonight, we're going to be talking through Resolution 23-5-25, Findings of Fact for the Elder Centennial Beach Project. It doesn't click. Okay, perfect. Sorry. Thank you. Legislative findings of fact. I want to give a little history and background, of course. The Park District was established in 1903. We've been serving this community for 120 years. As part of our mission statement, we always provide that equal balance of quality recreation and leisure opportunities while protecting our assets, natural resources, and of course, open space for the benefit of the present and future generations. The vision statement, we want to help build an active, vibrant community identity and sustainable environments by promoting healthy lifestyles for residents of all ages and abilities, quality recreation services, parks, facilities, programs, and partnership to meet the highest standards of excellence. Excuse me. Background on the Winnetka waterfront, the lakefront, public land. Winnetka has about 2.76 miles of Lake Michigan coast throughout the village. With that, the Park District manages about 2,400 linear feet. There are 12 access points, or in this case, properties, public access points throughout the Winnetka, identified on the imagery here. You'll see that those are represented here. The the green ones are those owned and operated by the village, the Park District, and the red or purplish are those that are controlled by the village of Winnetka. There are those, out of those 12 access points, there is one that is a shared relationship, and that is, of course, Tower Road Beach. The Park District owns the northern half. The southern half is owned by the village of Winnetka, who allows us to manage that for recreational purposes. As we talk through the background history of the two sites, Elder and Centennial, Elder Lane Beach was purchased in segments from 1920 to 1946, and the cumulative site, there's about 4.56 acres in total. Elder Lane Beach has about 410 linear feet of beach to it, and currently is offered for the park for swimming, non-motorized boating, and off-leash dog beach combined between Elder and Centennial, that is. Centennial Beach, once again, acquired back in 1969. The site is about 5.22 acres in size and about 520 linear feet. When you take in consideration the 410 from Elder, the 520, and then what has the potential of the 70 feet combining those two with the acquisition of 261, that would create a 1,000 linear foot beach for the community to enjoy. As for those of you following along as well, these do relate back in the bottom left of these of the menu, or in this case of the slide, there is a note on the page in reference to the resolution and the exhibit that goes with. And so for those of you who want to follow along either at home or along with this, there's the page of the resolution as it goes through. Scott?
The Lakefront Master Plan, referred to as the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 Plan, was a plan that the Park Board approved as a long-range master plan in 2016 for the protection and enhancement of its 5 beaches. The plan calls for design and construction of various improvements at each Park District property along Lake Michigan. The Park District Master Plan anecdotally is about the Park District holdings along Lake Michigan and speaks to the bigger equation of stabilization of our shoreline and the threat of erosion along the entire Lake Michigan shoreline. Improvements aim to expand the community's safe and healthy recreational use of the beaches, and more specifically, since 2019, previous boards, along with members of this board, have seen to the projects implemented of Tower Road Bluff improvements, Lloyd Beach, Headlands Beach System, and Maple Beach Boardwalk.
With those implementations that started in 2019, this is a little comparative slide to show the before and after of those improvements. Most notably, 3 of the bigger ones that a lot of people know off the cuff. Of course, you have Tower Road Beach. 2019, we had a concrete stairway with a number of switchbacks that was literally settling into the bluff and eroding away. We had then went through an invasive master plan to take a look at how we can improve that. We worked through the initial, of course, the insight from the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 plan. We then looked at more insight that we had for a bluff restoration plan, and then finally landed on the plans that were developed and implemented here below. From there, move on to Lloyd. Once again, taking a look at the devastation of what the lake has to offer, the erosion of the southern bluff. You can see, and those of you who are familiar with the access road, you can see that all the trees through here, this photo is taken in 2020, when we have already lost the substantial amount from that tree stand. And then after, of course, here's showing the improvements themselves with the build out of the headland breakwater system that we installed there, utilizing the pier on the north side and the boat launch. And then, of course, building out to the south, we're able to establish a great beach to give back to the community. And finally, Maple Street Boardwalk. A lot of people might have remembered the false astroturf, if you will. Carpet that was laid down there wasn't necessarily the most inviting, or sometimes it had a little bit of an aroma to it, but able to pull that out and put back something that will last for a long time. The constructed boardwalk is made out of Ipe material, which is a Brazilian hardwood that we have had in place previously at Lloyd Beach for years before Mother Nature decided to rip it out. So once again, improvements that we've done thus far. Not shown in this is the removal of the fencing along Lloyd Beach, the bluff or clearing that we completed at Tower and Maple at Lloyd, other small implements with signage and other things to help create history and understand education throughout the park site. Things that were considered and identified through the Lakefront Master Plan as low-hanging fruit at lower costs that we were able to implement through our operational budget. So those are just some of the takeaways on things that the Park District has done thus far to implement portions of the Lakefront Winnetka, or excuse me, the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 plan. Moving on to the project initiation, Elder Lane and Centennial Beach Park project. We're now moving forward to try to understand the elements for the Elder Lane and Centennial Beach in accordance with the master plan. What was derived from all the hard work in years past that brought us to where we're at today. Understand the detailed information and support of the previous boards, the lakefront improvements that we've completed, and then understanding the everything incorporated with those improvements. Conditions, the beaches, the groins, the master plan, the public engagement, everything that's outlined in Appendix 1, which is part of the document and we'll get to here in a minute. Proposed plan, we did include phases 1 through 3 as Exhibit H. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, we just presented on this, but basically going through, as shown previously to this presentation, is Phase 1 exhibit here, showing those improvements that we talked about of what we're looking to potentially place for Phase 1 of this work. phase 2 improvements and what those are identifying and look through. And finally, phase 3 improvements. Once again, the only way that phase 3 is viable is with the acquisition of the 261 property. Once again, that is not noted in here, but it's shown as part of the design that that's required as it was identified in the master plan itself.
I have a note to myself before I point out the purpose of the resolution to stop here for a second and ask anybody for questions. Is it kind of a good stopping point? Good? Keep going? We got only 47 more to go. Purpose of the resolution. Number 1, make formal legislative findings of fact in support of lakefront improvements at both Elder and Centennial Beach and Park. Approve and ratify various actions by the Park Board and the Park District pertaining to the design process for the lakefront improvements to Elder and Centennial Beach. Excuse me. And number 3, authorize and direct staff to prepare the plans and specifications and permit applications for the latest Elder and Centennial design plans, Exhibit H, which Coast just went through, for submittal to all agencies and jurisdictions for lakefront improvements, including Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the IDNR, United States Army Corps of Engineers, Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and most recently, the Village of Winnetka.
Scott, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Did we do a legislative finding of fact like this when you did Lloyd? I don't recall that. I'll ask that.
No.
Why is there a need now to go through this level of detail when we've already passed the motions we passed in March and April and May? I'm trying to understand.
I'd like to get through this presentation, then I think that's better discussed during the motion, once we have the motion on the floor.
Well, I'd like to hear right now. I mean, you've got a slide up here, and why are we doing this? Maybe council can help us.
Is there any point of doing this now? Can we please agree as a board that we should do it after the motion's been made and allow our presenters to get through?
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going.
Section 1 of the resolution is incorporation of the plan. Once again, the legislative findings and dependencies set forth here within to review those findings of facts, the determinations, and incorporations of those parts of the resolution. The exhibits that are referenced throughout the resolution are incorporated into the resolution as made part hereof. So walking through those sections of Section 2, Park Board findings to date, some key themes takeaway. Once again, if you're following along with the resolution, this is page 3, items A1, talking through the purpose and the authority to act on the lakeshore improvements. The immediate action and the reinvestment that's needed to avoid jeopardizing the remaining infrastructure, taking more additional, sustaining more further damage to the existing sites. And then, of course, the shoreline improvements themselves and the reasoning for those. Once again, to protect and preserve our beaches from future loss and damage, consistent with the plans set forth by other boards with the Lakefront Master Plan itself as amended. Actions for the safe and accessible access to the lakefront for recreational services, and broad-based residents and the general public. And then finally, to maintain the Park District's commitment to making the beaches available to the public for swimming, off-leash dog beach uses, beach walking, and other areas, especially enjoying those beautiful vistas. Continuing on as part 2, best practices for compliance. Once again, we've talked through the majority of this through Exhibit H. Once again, the plan showing phases 1 through 3. But once again, having those phases and those plans being prepared by the professional and the design team that we've hired on for this. The efforts of Matt Wright and Red Barn with the consultants that he has with Shabik & Associates. The Lakota team with their efforts and their planning and design for the project, bringing in Spaceco and the engineers from there, as well as Christopher Burke Engineering to support on our efforts for stormwater as well. Taking into account the spirit and the intent of the master plan, working in accordance with the public input obtained from 2014 to current, and of course, we're in accordance with the Park Board motions adopted over the last several months here. And most notably, the October 27, 2022 meeting, March 23rd, 2023 meeting, and most recently the April 27th, 2023 meeting. From there, we want to put we will be prepared in compliance with the laws and regulations of, once again, those agencies as identified from Scott a moment ago, the Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, IDNR, IEPA, MWRD, and of course the Village of Winnetka. We want to be able to support the goals of the IDNR through the state funding and the NOAA, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, that supported our initial investment in the master plan based from the grant that we received that started us down the road of the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 plan. Existing problems and the plan solutions. Proposed plans, once again, as shown in Exhibit 8, we want to be able to provide the following solutions. Critical public health, safety, and welfare improvements, of course, by eliminating existing dangers from dilapidated, damaged infrastructures, failing gated mattresses, and exposed rusting metal, corrugated metal stormwater pipe, degrading concrete and submerged dog beach fences, wooden piers, and other pier remnants. Things that if you would look at the beach, you would potentially find today. When we look through existing problems and solution, once again, we're going to follow up and provide solutions to those issues that we had. Access and control for a fee-based system, as the beaches were previously. Eliminate and try to allow access through the dog park for those who were unable to use it previously, and let those individuals who want to be able to walk the lakefront continue to do so. Long-term protection against, of course, the loss of our bustling beaches, and improved emergency access for maintenance and vehicular access to the beach for both emergency personnel, our own maintenance access, and of course construction for perpetuity. Enhanced aesthetics as well as AD access for the boardwalk and viewing platforms. This is all intended to upgrade and improve on the relocated stormwater outfall pipe as well, based on the quality structures and the ability to increase the size to allow for future improvements as they are needed through future design development. As we continue through section 3, we talk about park board findings related to design and construction. Once again, the environmental and the economic preservation and protection. Once again, eliminating those hazards that were shown through the Exhibit H, and what we've done to correct those, reduce the erosion and preserve our coastline. We want to protect the value of our properties along Lake Michigan and the entire Winnetka community. Stabilize, preserve, and to help protect the unique natural resource that the Winnetka community has available to itself. We will not cause environmental or ecological damage to Lake Michigan or other areas of the village, as we've seen thus far, and will not adversely impact the health, safety, or welfare of any of the village residents. Breakwaters designs. Proposed plans for the breakwater heights is shown in, once again, in Exhibit H. The identified height for those outfalling stones are 585 feet. Once again, just above by a few inches of the existing Elder Pier. That's about 2 feet lower than the heights of what we built at Lloyd. And that's on the outer part of the stone. We have adjusted those down in response to concerns that we heard from the public in regards to the impact of the views and vistas and the enjoyment of the lake and how that is used. Once again, going back to the elevation of the pier, and they're consistent with the existing pier of Elder, as previously mentioned. There's no greater than what is minimally necessary to achieve the intended proposed purpose of the project. Once again, going through and reviewing this with our coastal experts that we've hired onto the project, anything lower than 585 would result in a potential degree of erosion and not in the best interest of the agency and the public. Trying to strike that balance between the two, not only of beach preservation, but the views and vistas that are so enjoyable both at Elder and Centennial. As we continue on with section 3, our due diligence and compliance of this, We are planning to comply with the provisions of the village code, including the construction permit requirements of the municipal code of the village of Winnetka, and what is minimally required to achieve the intended goal of our construction with the consent of the new village lakefront construction ordinance. We want to make sure that we're looking at, complying with, and instituting sound engineering practices and remove any various existing safety hazards and enhance the ingress and egress of the public beaches adjacent to Elder and Centennial. Public safety options as are shown in section 3. Once again, we're not looking to block any public safety access. Personnel, we're looking to enhance that and allow that to be improved upon. We want to improve around the limited access to the beach. There's no vehicle access to the beach for the public. Once again, those are going to be limited to the those needed for accessing to maintain the structures, not any form of jetties or encumbrances. Jetties allowing independent on the water of the sand elevations. We want to expand access to the Centennial via the ADA path, that is improved vehicle access path to Elder, as well as not alter the existing sight lines as discussed previously. The heights and elevations, we've done our best to try to reduce those down, but still providing the impact and the purpose of the project to consist with the new village lakefront construction ordinance. We want to have less impact to sight lines than comparable improvements at Lloyd and not in an existing Elder Pier. Continue on with plan design improvements. We want to create correct or recreational space and protection for providing a sound foundation for future upland improvements as well. The provided ADA path, as we presented previously, from the tableland at Centennial Park down all the way to the viewing platform, is part of that accessibility as well. Provide pedestrian access across the lakefront and allowing people to traverse the lakes according to the high water along with the ordinary high water mark. We want to relocate the existing lock gate at the top of Centennial to Lower Beach, so this will gain access for those who want to be able to engage in the beach, and then this turn the north side of the beach that is now permitted for swimming. That's part of the development in phase 1. So that'll allow for public access to the remainder of Centennial Beach. Provide vehicular access out at the Elder Lane parking lot for construction and maintenance vehicles as previously discussed, and relocate and replace and improve the village's stormwater discharge within the outer edge of the Rubble Mound breakwater at Elder Lane Beach, once again as shown. Design approval, once again, I know this is a little repetitive, but findings of fact going through the lakefront jurisdictional bodies, including the IDNR, the Army Corps of Engineers, of course, IEPA, MWRD as it relates to the stormwater piece, and most notably the Village of Winnetka, which has now been added to the requirements. And that if there's any and all other agencies, in the past sometimes we've had to deal with this, the Archaeological Society and others to make sure that there are no other issues along the lakefront too from history. Section 4, approval and ratification, Park Board. You want to jump on this one? I know we didn't plan on that, but I'm starting to run out of...
You run out of gas, let you go. Park Board approves and adopts the facts, findings, and determinations in this resolution. Park Board approves the concept plans and parameters for public improvements as shown in Exhibit H, the concept plans. Park Board ratifies and reaffirms the 2006, oops, we lost it there.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. There we go. The 2016 adoption of the Lakefront Master Plan for the public good. Park Board authorizes and directs the Park District staff to prepare permit applications, plans, and specifications for final board approval. The Park District Board final permit plan application review shall be for the limited purposes of ensuring consistency with the approved program and design features stated previously. I'll keep going if you want me to keep rolling for a while. Under repealer and severability, all other resolutions, motions, and parts of the same in conflict or inconsistent with any of the provisions of this resolution are hereby repealed to the extent they are inconsistent with this resolution. if any section, subsection, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase of this resolution or any part thereof is for any reason held to be unconstitutional, invalid, or ineffective by any court of competent jurisdiction, such holdings shall not affect the validity or effectiveness of the intent of the remaining portions of this resolution or any part thereof. Section 6, effective date. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon its passage and approval according to law. And attached to this resolution is an exhibit summary as part of the overall document that identifies, I want to say there's probably 12 exhibits here. We'll go through each one. Depictions of Elder Lane and Centennial Parks, Connecticut Park District, Dog Beach pass holder data, the March 24th, 2022 Shabeek & Associates presentation, the January 22nd, 2023 open house workshop exhibits, the March 18th, 2023 open house exhibits, the April 15th, 2023 open house exhibits, the May 25th, 2023 regular park board presentation, proposed plan improvements, the October 26, 2022 internal village memo regarding Elder stormwater outfall, the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 Lakefront Master Plan, and the Village of Winnetka Futures 2040 Comprehensive Plan.
From there, that takes us through, go ahead, David.
We're not going through all the appendices, are we?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We're just listing them.
Okay, good.
But this is-
There's a lot of, I mean, a lot
There's
of
a
great
lot.
information in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Is the professional opinion regarding the findings in the exhibits? That was not on the list, or is that?
It's part of, it should be attached to the resolution. If it's not in the exhibits, it needs to be amended to be specifically part of the exhibits.
It's not in that list,
Yeah.
right?
It's not on this list. It was in the packet, and that's part of Resolution 23-5-25, stated on 8.3. That unfortunately, I apologize, is an oversight.
Big one.
That may be the one exhibit we really need to
Yeah.
talk
Let's-
about.
Let's keep getting through the rest of this, please.
We have that where we'll be able to
Yeah,
pull that up.
Please
So-
keep going.
Okay.
From there, we are going through the appendix. As Scott suggested before, there's still a number of slides through this. Just to give a
Can I
broad
just
base.
state that all of these, most all of these exhibits were previously presented
Exactly.
at open
So-
houses, they have all been part of the public record, we're referencing to them, so let's be expedient.
Yes, and
Unless
that's
somebody stops.
exactly what I was gonna suggest, Warren. This is, I don't wanna say a rehash, but a culmination of all the work that's been happening over several years now, and being able to put back and forth, to go back to the appendix. Once again, those items are noted on the appendix as part of the presentation, where they follow through. So, Matt, if you don't wanna touch on this one real quick with the lake levels.
Yeah, this is just a summary of basically tells us the lake level goes up and down. It's probably the biggest challenge we have is the variability of Lake Michigan. We have about a 6 to 8 foot variability in the lake over the limited recorded history that's available. It's not like an ocean where you have a prescribed tide that goes up and down. Here we have, the lake comes and goes. And within this, of course, there's storm surge and setup and different things that also affect instantaneous water levels. But big picture, we have a challenge with a very, very high water level change on a very short period of time.
Here's some that inundation and those storm events. This is 2014, just coming after one of our all-time low lake events. Once again, as Matt suggested, those storm surges, you can see here just what that could provide. The boat launch area and the racks and everything behind that sustained damage through the storm. Once again, these are the kind of events that our design will allow for protection beyond.
And again, that was in 2014 when the water was relatively low.
Correct. Correct. Once again, lake conditions. Here again, some of the conditions that I stated previously, looking at high water conditions and the damage sustained. Most notably, you'll see the gabion baskets that are exposed. You'll see the Faline Pier here, as well as one of the pieces of the end of the stormwater pipe that had washed up. Once again, under these high conditions, the infrastructure down at that beach at Elder and areas, were damaged. Talking about like the down cutting, Matt, you want to just give a quick, just brief?
Again, this is another natural process that occurs when we do have a record high levels that we had 2 years ago. Water comes up, it washes away the sand disappears, exposing the hard pan clay bed of the lake, and that starts to erode when you don't have the sand protecting it. Intent here is to replace the sand to provide ourselves both a swimming beach and some degree of shore protection.
Going from that, taking a look and understanding the littoral drift, Matt, if I can touch upon you again.
Again, this is an excellent summary of what's going on just off the shoreline of pretty much the northern half of the Illinois shoreline. You can see where the littoral drift is a natural north to south movement of sand up and down the lake seasonally. And this is, again, an excellent representation of where it all goes as it's caught and why we have very little down here than that. Most of it's trapped by the structures at Waukegan Harbor and also the Great Lakes Naval Facility cuts off most of our littoral drift, thereby giving us pretty much a sand-starved system down here, which is why we don't get much accretion and mostly just deletion when we have more storms. It's because the sand's just all caught north of here.
Do you know how far out Waukegan Harbor projects into Lake Michigan?
I don't have an exact number. This says 2,000 feet.
More than 2,000 feet.
It's more than 2,000.
Yeah, it's closer to 2,500 feet. So all the sand that tries to get south gets pushed into deep water, and that's why we have no sand. But that's been there for what, 100 years, Susie?
5,000 years it's been moving on its way
Oh, I
down.
mean Waukegan Harbor. The Waukegan.
5,000 years it's been moving down from Milwaukee to Waukegan. And it's now, this big bulge is now trying to get past Waukegan on its way to Indiana.
Susie, thank you.
There you go.
As we continue on, current conditions, here's some of the elements from Elder and Centennial. Most notably here, we're looking at Centennial. Once again, the steel jetties and the condition those are in and what we're proposing. Here you can see under those conditions, to the north of this jetty here is where the staircase is accessing. I believe at that time there was approximately a 2-foot drop down from the staircase down to the beach because there wasn't much beach there at the time. And here showing some of the previous infrastructure. This is the remnants of the the north fence line that we put in to help try to retain the dogs from getting across to Elder Lane Park because we had issues with that in the past, as well as some of the previous infrastructure in here as well. Part of a wood pier that was in there, remnants of a wood pile pier that was in there at one time. Once again, lake conditions and so forth, beat and bash against this. You know, there's nothing like Mother Nature with waves. She's always going to keep rolling. Storm story event, historical content. Once again, going back through this at a high level, the failing pier, in this case, showing remnants of that. You'll see the outer encapsulation of steel here. The pilings that support that are breaking apart. There's actually daylight through here, along with other areas of that modular built pier system that are concerns for us, as shown through that, as well as the in this case, the outer pipe end that had broken off and has come ashore. Taking a look at the historical, once again, kind of reviewing.
Can you go back? I'm sorry, can you something?
Sure.
The memorandum?
Sorry?
Did you describe the memo?
Oh, I did not. I apologize. Warren, thank you. As presented from October 26, 2022, James Bernal issued a memorandum in regard to the details for the improvements, provided the history of the stormwater pipe at Elder, which it serves in aspects of the permitting and the replacement of the proposed pipe by the Park District. So this was in response to the work that we had permitted before that was pulled back in June in response to some of the discussions that were ongoing at the time.
If I could just interject, it's really helpful to read that report. Very well done, comprehensive. It goes back to 10 or more years ago when the village did a comprehensive study and addressed some cross connects. And that was the primary source of a lot of the contamination. Jim does a great job of detailing that and the other studies associated with storm sewer. So it's a definitive memo. It's very helpful to understand the system.
I will make one note, and Commissioner Rapp brought this to my attention the other day as well. There is a addition in there. There's a statement in there that the Park District did receive an approved permit. That was not the case, so that is one piece that is incorrect. I had asked that of Jim, and he sent me an email back confirming that. So just be aware there is that information that is incorrect as far as receiving an approved permitting for the project. We had submitted permitting, but we did not receive it back approved. We had pulled it before that, we had the opportunity to. Continuing on, Bluff and Shoreline historical content. 1987, the Park District installed various improvements to address erosion. Once again, the steel sheeting that Warren had talked about to prevent that, along with gabion baskets and gabion mattresses in front of the structure, the Elder Lane Beach House, and some of the shoreline for Elder Lane Park as well. The imagery here, once again, you can see the failed structures that are in front of that. The gabion our baskets through here. The steel that was in front of that did take a little bit of damage there. But once again, the baskets due or south of the beach house, as well as those directly in front of the beach house as well. Those gabion mattresses south of the beach house are broken apart, and the initial steel wires are exposed below the surface within 6 feet of the end of the concrete ramp. Once again, existing conditions, some of the limited accessibility as far as the handicap spaces down there, the failed concrete foundations here shown again in the imagery. These are the boat storage racks that we had placed down there to be able to provide storage for the non-motorized vessels down there, or boats down there. Once again, Mother Nature came through and showed us the force that she has. Historical content for existing conditions. Steel groins installed per the IDNR approval, circuit in August of 1953. Previous owner prior to the Park District's ownership, as shown in the photographs here, as well as other remnants of wood piles as already suggested, and chain link fencing that was put in and was destroyed by Mother Nature when weathers peaked back in 2020 and thereabouts. 87 bulkheads were put in, and gabion mattresses were installed to help address that bluff erosion. Regulations in ADA access, pedestrian path, once again, getting down to the dog beach, are not compliant with ADA code specifications, and their dog beach is not currently conforming with the Cook County or the village regulations regarding off-leash dog because of the lack of required fencing. You can see some of that imagery there. Once again, no fencing north and south of the site, as well as access to the park into the area. The ramp heading up here to the north is steeper than what is permitted for that. Centennial Beach is the only park in the Park District that currently does not afford ADA compliant access, and by virtue of its lands compared to rural bluff elevations, it's one that provides feasible ADA access from Sheridan Road to the boardwalk without extensive switchbacks.
A little bit about the history of the Lakefront Master Plan, the Winnetka Waterfront 2030 Master Plan. In 2014, the Park District initiated a comprehensive waterfront plan to assess the recreational beach system, address continuing beach erosion, expand recreational uses, and enhance ADA accessibility. Behind that purpose of the plan was to create a strategic and unified community vision for the future of Winnetka shoreline, a long-term vision that extended to 2030. Here we are in 2023. The plan's mission statement was to provide a long-term sustainable strategy for the preservation, protection, restoration, and enhancement of Winnetka's lakefront for both Winnetka residents and a broad range of Lake Michigan user groups. The plan was the recipient and the benefit of a grant that was funded by the Illinois Department of Natural Resources Sustainable Shoreline Program as part of a coastal management program funded in part by federal dollars from the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. The Lakefront Master Plan, the Bluff Restoration Plantings on all 5 beaches were awarded 2 separate grants. Important to recognize in that is the IDNR monitored, reviewed, and approved our vision and direction to be consistent with the funding from both the state and federal initiatives that supported this plan. This was not a plan that we just created our own little vision for our world and we moved forward. This is a plan that was supported by DNR mission statement, federal dollars, and it was meant to address the Lake Michigan water system, not Winnetka's 5 beaches. So we were a test case for that process to show how it's done from a community-wide level. And in that process of developing that plan, you'll note that our plan had 4 tenets that were driven around public access and recreation. The headland beach systems, preserve, protect, restore, and enhance coastal resources. For this, and succeeding generations. The plan was community-driven, focused on learning the public's opinions about the beaches, and to arrest erosion, expand recreation on the lakefront, enhance accessibility for all. The plan was supported by an advisory committee of professionals, folks with expertise, residents of our community, broad spectrum, broad demographic of folks that were on that committee that were involved in this process for over a year. This committee, comprised of 10 citizens, experts in various disciplines, conducted extensive stakeholder interviews and focus group discussions with over 180 residents and stakeholders. We conducted multiple web-based surveys, not statistically valid surveys, but surveys that communicated to the public the intent of the plan, options, ideas, directions, to get input and feedback on those. And we held numerous public open house meetings to determine the public's opinion. This process lasted about 1.5 years, almost 2 years in its formation. The Lakefront Advisory Committee held 14 open meetings and interviewed over 85 stakeholders representing the Village Board of Trustees, Environmental and Forestry Commission, Village Engineering and Planning staff, board members of the Winnetka Park Foundation, Park District staff from neighboring communities, local institutions, and community organizations. I want to highlight the second to last dialogue. Park District staff from neighboring communities. This wasn't done in a vacuum. We sat down with the leaders of Glencoe, of Kenilworth. We met and made sure we understood what was happening on their beaches. We're part of a bigger lakefront system. Hosted 10 public open houses, meetings for the public to comment on the plan throughout that process, and conducted 3 web-based surveys relative to the lakefront planning process. As I mentioned before, over 180 residents, stakeholders, public officials, professionals, property owners, boat beach users, dog beach users, and other folks that were interested in the beachfront and the lake provided great feedback to the committee that was incorporated into this final plan direction. And to better understand where we are today and where we were as a part of that planning process, these 2 exhibits highlight Elder and Centennial, the vision, the collaborative vision of the Lakefront Advisory Committee, as well as that of community input, and that shows you 2 plans that effectively represent a vision that's consistent today. As Costa is pointing out there, there's one vision that leaves our independent property owner site out of that equation, and another one that highlights it as part of a bigger system and a goal of the plan to acquire, to facilitate a complete beachfront opportunity for the community moving forward. The Winnetka Waterfront 2030 Master Plan spoke to rubble mound breakwaters. The design alternatives shared with the Lakefront Master Plan both called for construction of rubble mound break walls, the use of which were reaffirmed by the Park Board October 27, 2022. And we show these images to reflect our neighboring park districts and communities consistently addressing the concern in a very similar manner.
In the top left, you'll see, of course, Lloyd Beach and our efforts there. To the right, you'll see Rosewood Beach over at Highland Park and what they are included as part of their planned project. To the lower left, you'll see Forest Park Beach as far as locating Lake Forest and the plan that they have there. Their plan is a little bit more extensive. It's cut off through the picture, but there are also more amenities to the south of that, as well as Lake Bluff. Here's one of their parcels as well, showing one of their systems they put in using the rubble mound breakwaters as their core core design to reestablish their beach.
Lakefront Master Plan adoption support and amendments. Since its adoption, the Lakefront Master Plan has been endorsed, supported, and followed by 4 successive boards of park commissioners and endorsed by the Winnetka Caucus. Actually followed and implemented by previous boards. Around April of 2016, the Park Board Commissioners amended the Lakefront Master Plan at the request of Commissioner John Thomas. Respect to that man, to specifically incorporate ADA accessibility as a primary objective. John would not vote on this plan until we made that a priority. God rest his soul. We want to point out another document of great importance. The Village of Winnetka has recently adopted 2040 Comprehensive Plan. As you know, the Comprehensive Plan is a community vision for where we are going as a community. It speaks to the pillars of our community, of which recreation, intergovernmental cooperation, and protection of our natural resources is a critical component. An overview and importance of our partnership with the village is structured and strengthened in this document. On April 18, 2023, the Village of Winnetka adopted the Winnetka Futures 2040 Plan, the comprehensive plan for the Village of Winnetka moving forward. The Village Comprehensive Plan recognizes the important role that the Park District plays in creating a sense of place that is different from surrounding communities. The Village further acknowledges the wealth of opportunities it is working in partnership with the Park District to improve resident access to its abundant open spaces and natural areas. Excuse me. Shared purpose. The Village Comprehensive Plan endorses the Lakefront Master Plan and shares in the goals and visions in its language. It acknowledges the shorelines along Lake Michigan are experiencing erosion and significant destruction, and that Winnetka's lakefront, both publicly and privately owned, has been negatively impacted by shoreline erosion. And it further acknowledges the Park District's recent efforts to monitor and restore its parkland.
So we talked through the history of the design, of course, through the changes of the breakwaters in November 2020, began consideration of design options for the breakwater system at Elder and Centennial, once again consistent with phase 2 of the Lakefront Master Plan. Fast forward to February 22, the Park District submitted breakwater designs to the United States Army Corps of Engineers, IDNR, and other agencies for a permit on the South Brine, which is located just north of the current property line where it was exists if Orchard and Park Districts were to exchange the properties. While the permits were pending, public opposition to the breakwater design began to spread through the community and was communicated to the Park Board through the meetings of May and June 2020. June 9, 2022, the Park District voted to withdraw the application and directed staff to do just that. Moving forward into the summary of public engagement, once again continued through, Park District has regularly sought after and received extensive public engagement, displaying hours of comments and options, all aspects of the Elder and Centennial improvements through over 10 board meetings, totaling more than 78 hours worth of meetings, committee meetings of the whole, 7 of those, 2 special board meetings, 7 chats with commissioners, totaling more than 11 hours. I'm sure that number is probably actually light. The board can probably attest to that, the time that they committed to do that above and beyond, as well as the 5 open houses and workshop meetings that were conducted in various locations on this subject. When we looked through the engagement and solicited feedback through those open houses and workshops, dating back to, of course, July 18th, 2022, August 25th, 2022, as they were held over at the Hubbard Woods School, and then the January 21st open house as it was conducted at the community house, as well as the April 15th meeting conducted at the community house. March 8th, we were over at Skokie School, once again putting forward the plans at that time to create better focus for Elder and Centennial and the improvements. Expressed options through the written documents submitted to the Park District as well. Breakwater design, going back to the board motions adopted as framework and as our framework for re-engagement, amended the Lakefront Master Plan to include a dog beach in Centennial Park. Once again, affirming that that was a request in the Park Board, took that in consideration to include that as part of the plan, reaffirming the use of the Headland Beach system and authorization for submittals for permits necessary to provide the following provisions, including access and maintenance for emergency personnel in the parking lot, replacement of the stormwater pipe, adjust the height of Rubble Mountain breakwaters to maximize the panoramic views and the shoreline protection, remove viewing areas atop the Rubble Mountain Elder, considering inclusion of ADA accessible viewing area on top of a future Rubble Mountain at Centennial, separating public and swimming from dog beach users, and remove the proposed mound at the end of the steel abutting 261 until further determination on the exchange agreement. Continuing on with the motions on adopted motions from October 27th, incorporate the ADA access to Centennial parking lot, from the parking lot to the boardwalk, enhance the engage the design professionals for the project, design licensed coastal engineer, engage with that, along with allow pedestrian access across the lakefront beyond the Park District property. Once again, our ability to walk the lake. This must limit barriers and impediments to view of the vistas and standards, all beach point vantage points. Take that into consideration for that portion of it. Re-engagement timeline, engage licensed professional engineer, not previously associated with this project of Elder and Centennial, working through the design team to continue plan development in accordance with the motion set forth by the Park Board from the October 27, 2022 motions, along with Park Board information or input. Elements from the original design were appropriate, reuse and try to work from that, and aspects of the community input that we've heard from the open houses and engagements from June to October when the permits were removed, were pulled back. Perspective of a perspective from a new coastal engineer standpoint, and of course, engaged an attorney accessible or consultant to assist with the development of accessible features. Those conducted workshops was January 21st and March 18th at that time.
Also April 15th.
We also, as discussed before, we did engage on April 15th as well. Continue on to the March 23rd, 2023 Park Board directives and authorizations. Voted and approved preparation of permit plans, now including the Village of Winnebago's ordinance. Knowledge plans dated from March 18th, 2023. Directed the team to continue Park Board motions as follows. Further plan refinements, prepare estimates of probable cost, proposed rubble mound at steel on the 261 to be reincorporated as recommended by the coastal engineer, and the Park District shall enter into agreement with the village to address responsibilities each part of their respective removal, relocation, and improvements to the stormwater sewer outfall. Fast forwarding to the April 27, 2023 Park Board directives and authorizations. Approve the primary plan elements including swim dog, if you will, swimming at Elder Lane Beach, swimming on the north side of Centennial, and including an off-leash dog park or dog beach at the south side of Centennial Beach. Acknowledging those plans and features dated from the April 15th, 2023 meeting, including Headland Beach System, create recreational space to minimize sand loss, retaining walls along the bluff parallel to the shoreline to mitigate the protection from bluff erosion, ADA accessible path from Centennial parking lot to the boardwalk, pedestrian access across, traversing lakefront to adjacent properties, relocated entrance to the dog beach, gated access to the boardwalk, allowing public access along the lake, vehicular access from Elder Lane parking lot to the beach for maintenance and emergency personnel, and relocation and improved stormwater outfall discharge into the Rumble Mound breakwater. In addition to that, Park Board authorized team to negotiate an agreement with the Village of Winnetka on the stormwater improvements. Again, working towards an IGA, prepared an updated project schedule and cost estimate, refinement of a long-range capital budget plan, and development of a project financing plan. Prepare a resolution summarizing the Elder and Centennial project process and findings. Prepare permit drawings and plans for Elder Lane and Centennial improvements. And last but not least, prepare all required permit applications for Elder and Centennial improvements.
So the last slide, conclusion to the slideshow, purpose of the resolution. A, to make formal legislative findings of fact in support of the lakefront improvements at Elder and Centennial Beach and Park. B, approve and ratify various actions by the Park Board and the Park District pertaining to the design process for the lakefront improvements to Elder and Centennial Beach. And C, to authorize and direct staff to prepare the plans and specifications and permit applications for the latest Elder and Centennial design plans, Exhibit H, for submittal to all agencies with jurisdiction for lakefront improvements, including the Illinois Department of Natural Resources, the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and the Village of Winnetka.
Okay, thank
Thank you. A lot to go through. May I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-525, findings of fact concerning proposed lakefront improvements for Elder Lane and Centennial Park beaches, and authorization and direction for preparation of permit plans and specification for Elder and Centennial lakefront improvements and permit application to permitting authorities?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion.
I'll ask my question again. Why was there a need to do this very detailed, voluminous document? What's the purpose? We didn't
Go
do
back
it
to
for
the last
what, I
slide.
guess.
Yep.
No. I don't want to have the plan state.
No, just the last slide. Purpose of the resolution is to document all that has gone into the preparation of this plan. This dates back to really 2011 with the strategic plan of the Park District that then resulted in the 2014 creation of the Lakefront Advisory Committee and the formal adoption of the Lakefront Master Plan in 2016. We were in the implementation phase, and the implementation phase was interrupted a year ago when the permits were withdrawn. Because there's been so much consternation, because there's been lack of understanding perhaps of all the public engagement that's gone on for years, and the many factors that influence this, we felt it was necessary and appropriate to provide this thorough documentation of all the work that this and prior boards have done to get us to this point. These are very thoughtful plans with, literally thousands of hours of study that have gone into it.
So there's, I apologize.
Okay,
So
sorry.
I guess
That's the reason.
there's a question of, and I think I agree with that reasoning. I think this is a wonderful document. I think it's a great resource document for the community, for future boards, especially considering how much time has been dedicated by everyone, including the community and the board, to this project. But I guess I would ask Commissioner Root, why not do it? If you're saying why do it, what's the harm of doing this? Because I believe it to be a very comprehensive resource document for the next board and for the community.
I guess the reason is that I see it as somewhat one-sided. And yesterday, Commissioner Rapp and I tried to convene a study session to actually go through the document and discuss, at least I will say for me, the elements of what has occurred, the facts that were not otherwise placed in this document. In particular, I have heard a great deal about all these public surveys from the Lakota group. For over a year, I've asked to see some of these surveys. None have been forthcoming. But one of the things not referenced in this document is that in June of last year, 1,800 members of this community signed a petition. And their focus was they wanted to maintain Lakeshore Vista. They wanted access. They were displeased with the louvers. They didn't like the louvers because it blocked it. Somehow that didn't make it into this document. Nor is there any reference in this document to all these meetings we've had, the large number of members of our community who have come, and they have spoken against this particular design. Also not mentioned in these findings of fact is we seem to have a gap. I believe we said that design prep started in November 2020. However, our formal record indicates that design preparations actually started in March of 2020 when the district was working with the neighbor to the north. And the neighbor to the north had, certain desires, was accommodating, again, an exchange, had a desire for a 225-foot breakwater, and also wanted the relocation of the stormwater pipe. I think this is significant. It needs to be put in the document. Not reflected, let me finish. Not reflected also is starting in November of 2020. going through April of 2021, the design team that was working on this design was a joint design team with our neighbor to the south, their technical expert, and then the Lakota group. I believe that the subcontractor for Mr. Wright, the Shabika group, had worked independently with the neighbor to the north, had a contract at that time with the neighbor to the south, and was also working for the Park District. Why this is relevant is, in my opinion, it needs to be cited in the facts, because it appears that there have been certain members of the public who have had an outweighed opportunity to have input into this design. And I think that that needs to be reflected in the findings of fact, because part of that may explain why we never looked. We looked at one other design alternative as a board, and that was Elder One. That was the repair of Elder Lane Beach. I think, Costa, you had a price on that for under $2 million, where we would do what we needed to preserve, shore up the bluff. We would repair, with the permission of the village, the pier. That was going to cost $400,000. And I think if the public knew that that option was there, particularly the people that came tonight said, get the beach open. My neighbor, Jenny Pinnell, with her 3 little ones who came, said, please, and cried, get the beach open. I think if they knew that there was no consideration of that plan, they might have a different opinion. I think that needs to go into the findings of fact. It is not there. And quite frankly, to look at this document, it would take study sessions. We would need to go through paragraph by paragraph to do an effective job. As a commissioner, there are so many things in here that are conclusions, in my opinion, rather than facts, that in good faith, without further amendment, I could not affirm as I'm being asked to do. So that's my reason.
All right. First thing, sir. Steve?
No, I wouldn't know where to begin on
Yeah,
that.
all right, let me make a,
With respect.
I need to amend, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to incorporate the letter, the opinion letter. You want to present the opinion letter and have the opportunity to address our professional consultant, Matt Wright, and Scott Perez, who are the co-authors of the opinion letter.
We're gonna pull up the opinion letter. If, Scott, if I can ask you and Matt, just kind of review and go through the findings of that and get those.
Okay. This letter was prepared by the design team just to give our opinion of the findings of facts for the resolution in support of it. These are statement of our opinions without prejudice by anyone else or discussion. We all independently, and I summarized as best I could in here everything that we'd worked on, thought about, and it was the basis for our cost estimates and what we're calling the E+C Phase 1 design.
Scott, do you want to elaborate?
I think an important piece of this that runs through the whole thing is the reference and repeated reference of the word concept plan. That this is a concept plan. I think everybody in the room needs to understand it's a concept plan. It has to go through a host of bodies to achieve a permit. And that concept plan will be developed further on this board's direction to move forward with that concept plan. Until that concept plan is finalized, our design team can only make limited opinions on what we think are the necessary approval steps or elements that we may need to have variance to.
So there's another reason for this resolution, that the village of Winnetka recently changed their zoning ordinance. And in so doing, they create a list of conditions that needed to be met in order to justify the issuance of a permit to erect improvements along the lake shore. There is a list of conditions. Steve, in the initial draft of this, basically parroted each of those conditions. That was in the initial draft. The findings and the final draft differ substantially from that, in that our professional consultants use that, okay, we need to address these. I'm in the real estate development business. And land use, the seminal case is the LaSalle case. So we address the LaSalle factors. The village promulgated this zoning ordinance. It lists various factors that you need to address. So we were seeking to make sure that in this resolution, we specifically address each one of those factors cited in the new village ordinance. There are instances where we simply cannot conclude at this point in time because we don't have permit drawings. Or we can't conclude at all because it's a very subjective opinion, or they don't have the necessary expertise. So this letter, which should be incorporated into the final exhibits, which was finalized on May 23rd after independent discussion of our professionals, basically concludes what they can and cannot attest to.
I thank
Feel free.
you. Thank you for preparing the letter. I would say that my read of it, that I was surprised that there was like no data, no analysis.
It's because it's a concept plan. It's not a scientifically based set of plans and specifications. So it's the concept plan to say these are the elements that are going to be included in this plan, and it's subject to the development of plans and specifications.
Can we also assert that it's an expert opinion based on their
It's an
qualifications?
opinion based on their qualifications and makes findings that it's in accordance with best practices, and as a starting point, it's consistent with what will be developed going forward in terms of appropriate and plans and specifications that meet the requirements of the ordinance. This is not the end-all of what you're going to go through in this process to finalize this. This is a snapshot in time designed to make sure that the public is aware of exactly what we've gone through and what we have determined is significant in terms of telling the story of how we got here. Now, we didn't go all the way back to the geologic and hydrologic reasons for the formation of Lake Michigan. You know, there's a lot of steps that we did not include, and we started at a certain point that we judged to be relevant in terms of telling the story in order to help the public scrape away all the misinformation and rumor and innuendo about what we're actually doing. And the other thing I would say is we're being very transparent about the important elements of the plan that are responsive to public concerns. For example, the height of the walls, the visibility impact, those sorts of things. So pointing out the fact that, you know, the lakeside elevations of in the plan are 2 feet lower than Lloyd. You know, things like that help the public.
Can I interject? I want to invite Matt to address.
Can I just expand on my question, because I don't
Sure.
know if any of this is really like
Well,
getting to the meat of it.
Well, I want to let Matt address something that hopefully will get more to the meat of it.
Excuse me, I think Commissioner Rapp had the floor.
I'm running the meeting. I'm asking Matt to address Cynthia's questions, okay? To help her understand why and how you can or cannot get to specific models or specific data.
Let me just expand though,
Sure.
on like the crux of the issue. In this document, you're asking us to vote and approve on specific design elements that have height and also length. So the question that I asked back in my comments was, what's magic about the 219? What's magic about the 236 extending into the lake? We have had nothing that is responsive to what's magic about those measurements, yet as a commissioner, I am being asked to attest to that is the minimum that we need to do, and that is, you know, the right metric in a very specific numerical way based on an opinion letter that has not a lot of meat to it. And so that is the.
Let me engage Matt, because there's really some substantive elements here. 219 is the, 219 is the same length as the existing steel groin, the north steel groin. We went out only as far as the existing steel groin. 585 and the steel shoreline protection, can you address what's protecting the shore and bluff and what's holding the beach and the trade-offs between the two now?
Yeah. Two points to your comments, Cynthia. I think what you're looking for is what we would typically include in a design report, which is prepared after design is done. We have not designed anything. We've prepared a concept plan. It's all we've done. We've listed our assumptions that go into the concept plan only. There's no basis. Things might change when we get down to the actual design in response to actually the requirements of all the regulating agencies. We haven't made any attempt to read those and respond to all of them because we're not there yet. We're just trying to get a concept approved so that we can move to the next level, which is actual design. And once we do an actual design.
If you would, let me just try and connect, because I think I would be grateful if you would outline the next 3 steps, because we know what a concept plan is, because we worked on Lloyd. Tell us what the next 3 steps are so everyone understands how it becomes increasingly specific.
Sure. So the next step is we gather all our base data, we get our surveys updated, we get our geotechnical information done, we get the lab work done, those soils analysis. And using that, we move into the design stage to actually design the depth of the driving sheeting, the length of the breakwaters, the amount of sand that can be held behind the breakwaters depending on what kind of links we have. We then document that in a design report, which will be a separate document that goes along with our final plans. But prior to doing that, we prepare our permit level drawings, which are by no means the final design plans. They're just the permit level drawings that outline and illustrate the proposed design elements in the project so the regulators can look at it. Typically, permit drawings are not final design documents because regulators don't require those. They do require a certain level of calculations so that we can establish. We've chosen 3 to 7 ton stones. We give the calculations to support that, but beyond that, we haven't done anything yet. We've just got a concept drawing. So the next step is to get our base information, prepare our permit drawings, submit the permits, and while the permits are all being reviewed, then we move into the final design stage of the project when we actually prepare the design and bid documents for the project. And all that'll take place throughout the rest of the year.
How long have you been doing this?
42 years.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But does it help?
I have one specific, let me get specific. What's the lowest rubble mound breakwater that you've designed on Lake Michigan?
Elevation 589.
It's the lowest.
The lowest.
589.
But again, that was a breakwater that was designed to act as shore protection. This project, all our shore protection, 100% of it is provided by the steel sheet pile and the work of upland of that. The breakwaters here are intended only to hold sand, to provide sand for a swimming beach.
I think it's,
They have,
yeah, if I could interject, it's super critical for everyone to understand the cost difference between Elder Centennial and Lloyd. At Lloyd, we had the 400-foot pier existing, and then the village north of that. And we have the stone groins that hold the sand protects the bluff. So there might come a storm that washes a bunch of sand out of there, but we didn't drive steel. We didn't drive steel. The driving steel is super important. Here, we got the message that we value, this community values views over the bluff protection. Thus, we're lowering the groins, and the groins do nothing essentially for shoreline protection. It's only for beach retention. And thus, we have to spend the money in the steel where we, linking those places in 1987 to protect the bluff.
I want to circle back with Cynthia to see if the description from Matt, right, about the steps that follow this, help you understand that process.
I guess then the piece that I'm having trouble reconciling is we have this very definitive resolution, and we put in the permit.
Yeah.
We put in this permit, and then it comes back and something has to change. Or, you know, like, I would expect at some point, like, is this sufficient for the village? I mean,
No.
my reaction was,
No.
you know, where is the
No.
meat, like, we are
No.
spending
This is-
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, this is step one of 7, 8 steps.
How long does the
So do we
permit
need to-
process
do we need
typically
to
take?
redo the resolution each time there's a design adjustment?
No, the resolution documents what we've done up until now. And then all the additional actions we take from now until we actually submit the permits will document all the changes that we make from this point forward.
Listen, I see paragraph 69, which is part of the March 23, 2023 motion. Further refinements to the plan will be incorporated as recommended by staff, consultants, and various reviewing agencies and permitting authorities. Listen, we had some comments from Chris Rentz about the stormwater pipe. Listen, I'm not gonna be on the board after tonight, thank God, but I'm guessing that this plan, if one ever gets to the next stages, beyond concept, is probably gonna be a little bit different than this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said carefully read the motions. We acknowledge further changes are likely forthcoming through the permit review process, but we have to get there.
The only thing that isn't going to change is the budget, 10.5 million. Period.
Correct.
It's 10.5 million minus the 1.2 in soft costs we have already committed. Just reminding people that.
Yes. But there are a lot more steps to go.
Yeah, all we've done now is we know our budget, we've designed a concept plan to meet that budget. And here we are to get approval of that concept plan so we can take the next step.
That's it.
Right, and the next step is the development of the permit, or the permit plans, which come back to the board for review and approval.
Right, for conformance with the concept
Right,
plan.
and it's-
And as we heard from President Rintz, he wants to see, you know, a fully baked plan, as do the other reviewing agencies, before they're gonna expend the time and energy giving further consideration.
And then, Steve, like, I know I had asked a question about, have you reviewed this document for consistency with our other publicly sourced documents in terms of the timeline? Like, I think I agree with Colleen, like, our closed session minutes clearly say design was contemplated in March of 2020. This acknowledges a different timeline. I mean, when we are approving your findings of fact, do those things need to line up? I mean, it seems.
Goes to the first real plan that we came up with was November 18th, 2020. We had two options. They were both Headland Beach systems, 2-cell system, center T. One was all stone, the other was stone and steel.
John, do you have any recollection of anything before November?
No, my understanding was the first design was the November design.
Costa, can you comment?
From my recall, without going back to my specific notes, I would say that's what I have in recollection, but I can't affirm that exactly.
Yeah, we had, obviously, we had the Lakefront Master Plan that goes back to 2016 with the 2-cell system.
I can quote from minutes, I don't want to do that. I mean, again, I look at this and I think, to do this correctly means we have to spend some time around the table and talk about the language that it's very tedious. It's almost like doing a plan where the planning commission says, no, we don't want that word, we want this, to do this appropriately.
I think we have many opportunities in the future to be precise. This is simply documenting the history until now, and then as we get closer and closer to a concrete plan, which these gentlemen would call a design.
Preliminary engineering.
Say it again.
Preliminary engineering.
Preliminary engineering, thank you. That's when we can fine tune our documentation. I don't, we've had this reviewed by 2 sets of lawyers, and I feel like it's a good representation of the history till now. going forward, we have a lot more work to do to refine it further.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Yeah.
I had an opportunity to start reviewing this document on May 11th. I spent 5 hours last Saturday sending in comments and asking questions. My concern is a lot of these quote facts are really conclusions that are not based on evidence. They're conclusions. Now, they could be turned into facts if it was, based on the recommendation of our consultant, it appears. But it is not the board saying that this is what happens. It is a consultant. Again, when I look at this.
Are you saying, I'm sorry, just I want to make sure I'm understanding you. Are you saying that everything that we're asserting is fact has to be confirmed by the consultant?
No, not at all.
What are you saying then? Which
Well,
ones?
I gave you my
Which ones
comments,
are you?
Steve.
Yeah, I know. But can you help me with some specifics on?
Let me see if I
you're
can
looking-
find one here.
While you're looking, do you want me to, can I ask another
Sure, please do.
question to fill the?
Well, here's one.
Okay.
I'll just go. This is section 3, paragraph F. The heights of the breakwaters to be constructed at Elder and Centennial Beach pursuant to the concept plan are no greater than what is minimally necessary to achieve the intended purpose of the project, and said heights strike an appropriate balance between the competing interests of beach preservation and aesthetic use.
And that is one conclusion that is supported by the opinion letter.
Well, except where in the opinion letter, and Matt, I think it's the cart before the horse again, I would think that if we were talking about heights and what is minimally necessary, we would need to know what amount of sand we need, don't we? Because we're doing these to preserve sand.
In the past.
So I would think that we would have to have some modeling done before we can arrive at this conclusion. Modeling has not occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But we just have a concept plan. So we're not there yet.
So why don't we
So
call
we-
it a concept plan?
It is a
That's what it's
concept
called.
plan.
That's what it's called.
It is a
Yeah,
concept
it's
plan.
consistently called. That appears consistently throughout the
John?
document that it's a concept plan.
Yeah, Matt, again, 585, it's the similar height to Elder Lane Beach. How does that compare to, Costa, how does that compare to Lloyd?
To Lloyd, it's 2 feet lower than what's on the Outbar Stone.
But again, the purpose of the breakwaters on this project, this concept plan, are strictly to hold sand. That's it. Will they provide some means of protection? Absolutely, because they're there. But their intended purpose is to hold sand. The
And
reason-
in the northerly one, to envelop the stormwater discharge pipe. And that's the other reason why it's out at 219, and it takes the shape it does, because we're projecting or discharging, at significant expense, we're discharging the stormwater further out into the lake, outside the limits of the stone groin.
in the diffusion of the discharge water with Lake Michigan. And the reason the 585 is chosen, because you've heard countless public input about they don't want to lose vistas, so we're keeping that at or approximately at the same elevation as the existing Elder Pier.
And the professional opinion says are no greater than what is minimally necessary to achieve the intended and proper goals and purpose of this phase of the implementation. So I think we tried, there was a recognition of the findings that the consultants made in the resolution. So I think there really isn't the kind of.
There's also a recognition of the priorities of the public, vistas,
Right. plus
some protection. So you're gonna sacrifice. The more you focus, the more you prioritize vistas, the less you can protect the sand.
And we have to keep within the project budget.
Correct.
So if we wanted to raise the breakwaters to hold more sand, if every foot you raise the breakwaters, you're adding $1 million to the project. We don't have $1 million, so we have the elevation we have. And our budget is set
Coach,
based
the
on
height
this.
of the existing steel groins. You know those offhand?
The one to the south, if my memory serves, is 583, tapering down. When I say south, the one immediately south between 261 and Elder Lane Beach. The one on the north side of Elder Lane Beach, I want to say, is within a foot of that vicinity as well, 580, 583, 582 and change. and the Centennial, I believe, is around 583, 582, if that is
Yep,
the same
correct.
condition yet.
Correct.
So, you know, in my observation is that those steel groins, why there's sand there, and you look south and you look north and you see areas that have steel bulkheads and there's no beach. And a lot of that is because of the lake bed down cutting, or they're in the lee. They don't have the steel to hold them. But you see in the low water condition, there was no beach there. Very limited usable beach.
High water condition.
Excuse me, in the high water condition, very limited usable beach. So it's a trade-off. That's what we're doing. We're trying to strike the appropriate balance between having a usable beach at all water levels and preserving the vistas.
So will we, in the next round, have the, okay, at Elder, we have lake bed down cutting or not, or the clay level is steep, and we don't necessarily need to be at 219, we can pull it back to 210 or whatever.
Exactly.
You articulated soil borings.
Right, our next step is to gather our base data and actually, and start actually designing something.
Yes. Pass another motion to confirm a new plan.
Correct.
And that might be a way to achieve some.
We're building upon this concept, validating the concept and proceeding with changes that are necessitated through the permit
Yeah,
process.
this concept is the basis for the future design.
And this concept necessitates 21 pages of findings and fact resolution. One being that, this is paragraph 62, that following the adoption of the motions of October 27th, the district engaged the services of a registered professional engineer not previously associated with the original breakwater design and permit application. Mr. Wright, did you work on Lloyd?
No.
So the reference to you and Shabika's contract at Lloyd was incorrect?
The work I did at Lloyd was some very concept and preliminary design work for re-engineering the boat launch ramp.
Okay, so you did work on Lloyd.
The breakwater project,
None of-
Matt Wright was not affiliated with. We, at that time, we did look at expanding as Warren suggested earlier, there's other phases of work for Lloyd. And one of those phases we looked at was expanding and protecting the boat launch at the same time we were mobilizing equipment. It was suggested that Matt would be a great person to bring in. We brought him in for a design charrette for $2,500 for his services. And that was the existence of Matt's exposure to Lloyd at that time.
Right, and actually, the only thing 62 is saying is that he wasn't previously associated with the original breakwater design and permit application at Elder Centennial.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with Lloyd. It's not stating that.
Okay, Steve, here's my problem. This concept, if you go down to the signature page, to page 4, you're going to see this is a joint letter. If you can, please go to page 4. And it's going to be signed by you, Mr. Wright. It's going to be signed by Dr. Charlie Shabika, and then our other two, Space Co.
There's sun.
and by you, Scott. The intent of the October 27th motion, in my opinion, to have a neutral and independent coastal review was to bring in someone who had not been previously affiliated with the 2030 plan, so that we would have, because it's been going on since 2013, and you, Mr. Perez, and Mr. Shabika, and certainly Costa, you have been working together
You're talking about
since
you're talking about
2013.
another coastal engineer reviewing this plan.
That I was looking for,
Which
and
is still going to occur.
when,
It will still occur,
Okay.
and I would
Have
say,
engineering drawings.
Hang on, yeah, look,
Listen,
would
I'm
say-
calling a question on this.
okay,
We had
wait,
lots
let me
of
answer,
debate,
let me
lots of
answer
going
it, let me
around.
answer it.
Let's get to it.
Since October 27th, the village of Winnetka passed, Colleen, since October 27th, the village passed a lakefront zoning ordinance
I'm aware.
necessitating a third-party review upon, that we pay for. We, as the park district, are gonna have to pay for that third-party review. So it's already in the ordinance.
baked in.
It's baked into the village ordinance. Now it's a moot point that we should engage yet another engineer
I
when we already
disagree.
know.
Well, and if I could clarify something, Mr. President, the October 27 motion directed staff to proceed with an RFP to engage the services of an Illinois licensed coastal engineering firm not associated with the joint application filed by the Park District and with IDNR and Army Corps on Elder Centennial.
Which Matt
Didn't say anything about involvement with the Lakefront Master Plan or Lloyd.
Well, here's the problem.
Can I make a motion to call the
Yes.
question?
Call the question, please.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
there's a motion to call the question, is there a second?
Okay.
The question on the floor is the motion to amend.
Okay, that's right, motion to amend. So, all right, can we move to a roll call vote? Motion to amend this resolution to incorporate the opinion letter signed by Matt Wright, Charlie Shabika, Scott Ferris, and Thomas Burke.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kroto,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Motion to call the question.
Is there a second? Motion second. That will effectively end debate, and we can move to vote on the resolution as drafted with the prior amendment. Or Steve, you tell me how to go from here.
I mean, we need a roll call on
Yeah.
the motion to call the question.
Oh, sorry. Motion? Roll call.
Ready? Commissioner Kroto,
Yes.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
No.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner Seaman,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Okay, now we are on the main motion, which is to approve the resolution, and there's no further debate.
Motion to table?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Roll call?
Are you gonna ask for discussion as to why?
Sure. Is there any discussion?
My only comment is, we started looking at this on May 11th. It's very detailed. And I'm sorry, but you may have had.
Oh, the rest of us were able to get our comments in common, so it's time to move on. Analysis paralysis, we have a motion, let's go forward, please. Let's not kick the can, try to subvert this thing, try to add all kinds of other stuff.
I'm not trying to subvert
I
anything.
want to try and maintain,
Please.
I want to try and maintain decorum.
Let's move forward.
We've all put hundreds of hours in this. We've been going at it for a year.
Let's get to it.
And this is the final meeting of these two commissioners who have put a great deal of time and energy and are best prepared to render a thoughtful opinion on behalf of this community. I think we owe them the privilege of weighing in on this motion.
So we have the motion to table, it's been seconded.
Roll call?
Commissioner Rapp,
Yes.
Commissioner Root,
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman,
No.
Commissioner Archambault,
No.
Commissioner Lesson,
No.
Commissioner Kroto,
No.
Commissioner James.
No.
That motion fails.
We're back to the original motion.
Yeah.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Archambault,
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson,
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp,
No.
Commissioner Root,
No.
Commissioner Seaman,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Commissioner Kroto,
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you.
New business.
On to new business. Anything?
We're good.
Staff reports. Any further staff reports? Kyle?
Do you want? Kristen, go ahead.
I have a few staff reports. First off, one thing that we've been working on in collaboration with the community, of course, and the Winnetka Chamber, is the upcoming farmers market. That's going to start up on June 3rd. So collaboration of many entities throughout the community to make that happen. So we're excited to see that coming. They're gonna have some extended sessions, after hours, they're calling them. I think the first after hours event for the farmer's market is gonna be on June 24th, Saturday. They're gonna try to do that once a month from there on out. So we're excited to see that get off the ground. Very complimentary towards staff and all the efforts to work through that and get the park up and running for them. That's to be hosted at Station Park, which is directly across from Village Hall. Beach cleanups have been going on well. I know there's been a lot of effort, from a lot of staff in doing that in preparation for the upcoming beach season, which I will elaborate on. Just would like to make comments on two things as it relates to items to be discussed. One, staff is working on currently putting the requested handrail that was part of our original plan for Lloyd at the bottom of the staircase that meets at the bottom of the beach house. That was one item. We are also getting quotes from different third parties to try to cut and flatten the stone on the south end of at Lloyd to make those steps a little bit more even and negotiable, to be able to walk through those a little bit more constant, and inclusion of a handrail down the center. That was part of the staff's intent as well. So those are ongoing items that we're working through. Unfortunately, due to timing and everything that we got going, it just, the timing didn't work out as we would have hoped, so I apologize to the board and the community on that. As we discussed previously, around the request for staff to work towards understanding the ability to get open, our elder open sooner than later, essentially trying to figure out what that is, what would include. As discussed previously, it's mentioned that, it was probably about, it was estimated to be about $10,000 for staff to rent equipment and the cost of roll-offs to start in on the removal of the concrete and some of the hazards or the identified obstructions that were damaged throughout the high water marks. Staff is getting set up for next week, Thursday, to start in on some of that, to clean up some of that. Effort that would have to be done nonetheless, whether it's done now or later under contract, gives us the ability to start moving forward on that. Kyle and I had a great opportunity to meet with Redeemer on site on May 19th. We reviewed and talked through some of the issues down there currently. We had a chance to review some of that information afterwards. They did have a request that they're probably going to be looking to circle back. So one thing we'll work with Denise to get on the agenda for the June 7th meeting is to have Redeemer here as well to discuss some of their opinions on that as well with the park board. So we'll further that discussion with John, and then we'll send some of the information to the board. But we'll look to have that on the table for the June 7th meeting. Elder cleanup, covered that. We're just moving through the phases of work. Be patient with us. We're trying to keep after the dandelions, but I'm sure at the parks, we don't spray the parks and we don't put any weed and feed down, if you will. We've been suggested before that we're spraying everywhere, as you can see with the dandelions. Every year, they're back. We try to keep up with them as fast as we can. But just pay attention, and we're doing our best to stay up on our mowing operations continuing on. And then in regards to stormwater, one last item, we'll review that in regards to our outstanding costs as it relates to our linear cost per feet on improvements and what other costs we've incurred thus far. And I'll be able to report back to the board on the 7th as well with those findings, so we have a more accurate budget on where things are at, so people will understand for the board. All right?
Very good.
Any questions?
You have a lot going on.
We have nothing going on.
Yeah.
Only a couple.
Stuff is good news.
No, that is.
Only a couple items on my side. Most notably, our IGA discussions with District 36 are still ongoing. We've exchanged edits to the IGA draft, as well as created a license agreement for the Crow Island first grade playground so that we can move that process forward. We are expecting to have District 36 representatives address the board in the near future regarding that piece of the project, so that's going to be forthcoming. Memorial Day celebrations are this weekend. Monday we have our parade. Parade kicks off at 10 o'clock and finishes down at the Cenotaph for our ceremony. The parade, as is typical, is much smaller compared to 4th of July. It is also, by nature, a representative of a smaller VFW contingent within the community, but it is, a great event, and I would encourage board members, if you're available, to attend our celebration. The celebration will probably kick off sometime between 10:20, 10:30, based on setup and the length of the parade that we expect. The beaches, Lloyd Beach are open, or Lloyd Beach is open, and fully operational. It looks beautiful, new signage, you know, really great upkeep by our park staff, as well as Matt Barton and James Janescu getting the beaches ready. Our official opening day for the swimming beaches will be June 3rd. That will be the first day that we have staff fully out there. We had a meeting with the beach managers today to get them further ready to go, and we are excited to get everything rolled out. We're in the process of getting some new technology incorporated into the mix, and that is you know, being a little slower than intended, but moving in the right direction with that, so very excited. I encourage you, if you have a chance to get down to the lakefront, keep your eyes open. You'll see brand new yellow life rings scattered throughout the Winnetka lakefront, both on village property and Park District property. This is to be in line with the Lake Michigan Rescue Equipment Protection Act. We've been working on this for about a year. It was a great cooperation with the village. We did the purchase in a joint manner, and the rings look great. If you look at the ring, there are directions of how to use them. We will also be putting information on our website relative to water safety and safety around Lake Michigan, and so that information is forthcoming. To build off a little more from what Costa had mentioned relative to our discussions with Paderma, one thing that is of note, and their feedback to us, is they were celebrating the Park District for the care that we've given to the concept of opening Elder, and the fact that we are engaging Paderma before any decisions are made. And that is you know, a piece that both risk management as well as counsel from Paderma was very supportive, very complimentary of. So I want to make sure we mention that. One last item, the Winnetka Parks Foundation held a soccer tournament last weekend for adults. There were 20 participants in the tournament. Great experience. We had a food truck out here, you know, really positively received. Food truck was especially well received with all of the great baseball and softball functions that were ongoing. And then the final piece, you know, a more somber note. We received word, press release from the Winnetka Youth Organization today that they will be pausing operations for the foreseeable future due to funding difficulties. Both Executive Peterson and I have spoken with various contacts with the Winnetka Youth Organization and let them know that we are excited to help if we can. They are undergoing a process to understand how they can do better, how they can do differently, and we look forward to engaging with them in the future. That's all.
Thank you, Kyle.
I just have one quick homework assignment for everyone. If you could let me know by the next board meeting if you will be participating in the July 4th parade. So we can have the golf cart ready for you.
Speaking of the next board meeting, that's,
Oh, yeah, my next meeting.
yeah, but speaking of the next board meeting, that's June 7th, so everybody knows, June 7th is not our typical date, that's a Wednesday. The 7th, that was to accommodate some travel schedules.
So can I just ask a question about that? Because our board calendar was approved in January by motion, do we need to re-vote on that, or can we just change it? Are there any special notice requirements?
We're changing one regular meeting date.
Yeah.
You can do that by motion. There's no publication requirement if you're not changing your schedule. You're not changing the regular date that you have your monthly meeting.
We have a motion to change the regular board meeting from June 15th to June 7th.
So we're not gonna do that.
You can do whatever you want. Given that they'll likely abstain.
So moved. Yeah, you want to second it?
I'll second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call. Or voice vote, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. There, we're on for the 7th. Anything else, Denise?
That's all for me.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that procedural note.
We don't want to screw anything
No, we don't. No, we don't.
But are you ready for the next
No,
one?
we don't. All right, matters to the director.
Legal costs year-to-date, $62,747.10. Year-to-date Centennial and Elder costs, $141,477.26, with some new invoices recently submitted by the Dakota Group and Red Barn.
Board liaison reports.
D36 did have a reference in their informational memo about the IGA and land conveyance, and that they will be presented at the June 15th meeting.
So we need to notify.
So we need to, so this was, it came from the district office administrative team, so I don't know who that is.
I'm pretty sure I told.
I thought you had
I
referenced
did.
telling Emily June
I did, and they
7th,
probably looked
but
at
I
our
just-
calendar.
We've since updated
Okay.
Dr. Test, Superintendent Test.
Okay, so they know.
Well, for the recent communications.
It might be worth just reviewing, because this was from Tuesday.
We've talked with them not only this week, but in prior weeks, so they're well aware it's the 7th.
Okay, good. So
Do we
anyway.
have a time limit for them? I don't want to constrain them, but June 7th is becoming a full calendar, and I just want to be realistic but respectful of their content.
Okay. I don't know.
Do you want to ask? I mean.
I don't know who their new,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like actually for this, Warren, you've been working directly with Emily for coming to this meeting.
Yep. They want to present their plan and the land use request.
Yep. So what's a good amount of time, do you think, for that kind of thing?
15 minutes?
Presentation
Yeah.
and then a Q&A for time?
Yeah, if that.
Okay.
Are we
Maybe
envisioning
10
voting on it
minutes.
at that meeting? Or are we discussing it and then?
No, it's just a presentation.
Okay. Good, that was my
All right.
only, anything I got, but that was it, that was the important stuff for us.
Any other liaison reports?
Now, New Trier continues to work on absenteeism. They continue to work on their project. They expect to be within their contingency by about $1 million.
Good.
The final date is July 31st, 2023, for completion of the project.
Very good. All right, if there's no further liaison reports, this is our second opportunity to remarks from visitors. Do I need to read the preamble? All right, would anybody like to speak?
Do I need to speak? No.
Would anybody else like to address the board on any matter?
Let me grab this one.
Okay, John Revere again. I just wanted to make a comment again about the height of these breakwaters. Again, we've talked about 587, 585, and your groins down at maybe 583 all the way down to 581. The Army Corps right now is talking about reefs, artificial reefs out there. They're going to be below the water level. And I would think that they are designing this, again, for Illinois State Park, for sand retention. And that's one of the things I think that we need to go ahead and make our models, look at the alternatives. If you actually wanted to go ahead and try something where you would have absolutely no obstruction of lake views, go ahead and take a look at that. And what you're doing, again, with these preliminary plans, the way that you're laying them out, you are setting things in concrete. And, you know, that's the way that these things are going to go. So that's it for my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. May I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C1 for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body. 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C5 for the purchase or lease of property. 5 ILCS 122C6 for the setting of a price for the sale or lease of property, and 5 ILCS 122C11 for litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Here's your discussion.
You're electric over there, Steve.
Commissioner Archibald.
I don't know.
Commissioner Lesson.
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp.
Yes.
Commissioner Root.
Yes.
Commissioner Seaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Coto.
Yes.
Commissioner James.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We will be taking action after the closed session. We will be recognizing our departing board members. So if anybody wants to come back or stick around after executive session to,
We will be having our annual.
and we'll be having, yeah, and we'll be having our annual meeting after that, so
Yeah.
it's not over yet.
Yeah.
But
How long is your
there's
closed
more,
session?
wait, there's more.
ShamWow.
I feel like these projects for park boards are among the most difficult, so it's like a good test and learning opportunity for, I think of what I
You want these guys?
Yeah, for you.
think of for us.
They're for you. You can keep, read, shred, whatever you want.
Recycle.
This, they're absolutely confidential. Okay. All right. Then, let's see. We are now back in open session, back in the regular meeting at 9:53 PM. I don't believe there's any consideration of any action items discussed and closed. So we're moving on to recognition of outgoing board members. Look at the smiles. Come on, David. Smile.
I want to be home. Peterson.
Do him first then.
Yes.
No, you read it, it's in your, here's your,
Thank you. All right.
So we document
Commissioner Seaman, be it resolved, Board of Park Commissioners of the Winnetka Park District and all its citizens express to David Seaman their gratitude and appreciation for the invaluable service as Park Board Commissioner. And whereas for the past 3 years, he has been actively involved in all phases of the Park District operations and policy setting and has contributed greatly to the Board of Commissioners. And whereas David Seaman has faithfully served as a member of the Board of Park Commissioners of the Winnetka Park District since June 18th, 2020. And during his tenure has served as co-leader of the Financial Advisory Committee, provided significant leadership with the Park District's relationship with the Winnetka Caucus Council, and collaboratively worked with the Winnetka Northfield Public Library District to lead the process to sell Library Park. And whereas David Seaman has made significant contribution toward many park projects and initiatives, including, but not limited to, revising the annual budget process, enhancing monthly financial reports, securing debt certificates, leading and executing the sale of Library Park, supporting the Nick Corwin Park renovation, driving the Elder Centennial planning process, completing the Lloyd Beach Breakwater project, coordinating the addition of 2 paddle tennis courts, leading the process to a Kemper Sports Partnership, assisting in the execution of the stormwater project, spearheading the 9 and 18-hole golf course work, completing the Tower Road Bluff to Beach staircase. Whereas David Seaman has been very responsive to the citizens of Winnetka Park District with regard to their desires and concerns pertaining to the Park District project, and has selflessly served to provide excellent Park District facilities and programs for the community. And whereas his great leadership, passion, levity, diplomacy, professionalism, and diligent work with the board and staff will continue to inspire a higher level of leadership throughout the Park District. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this sincere expression of appreciation and gratitude for his outstanding service be a matter of record of the Winnetka Park District, and that the original of this resolution shall be presented to David Seaman, adopted this 25th day of May, 2023. All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Wow. Listen, if there's one thing. Do I get 2 minutes?
Yes, you do.
There's one thing I've never wanted to be is professional. I don't want to be professional. I want to be productive. I want to be frank. That'd be one thing. But I will say thank you.
Frank?
I'll say thank you certainly to the community. I will admit throughout this whole process, Elder Centennial process, the community has without a question made me smarter. No question. I've learned a lot from public comment. I'll certainly say thank you to staff. I do firmly believe that the Park District staff is filled with good people that want to do good for the community. Firmly believe that. Peterson, we just said it on your review, I don't know how many people could have withstood the last couple of years. You've always been respectful. You've been gracious. When I wasn't gracious to you, I had a few calls. So thank you. I mean, Costa and Kyle and Toby never leaves his office. I think he lives there, right? James Janeski, Jim Crocker, and even people, Chris Berman and others, Denise, right? I mean, so it's just filled with good people. And of course, to the board, you know, Commissioner Root has challenged me like no one has challenged me in my life. And, I mean, I've had some challenging stuff. So thank you for challenging me. Cynthia, you want to have a 2-minute conversation? 30 minutes later, you're still talking to her. You know, Eric always had something thoughtful, insightful to say. Christina, I knew you before this, and I think our friendship is without question much better than it was prior to being on the board. Of course, Warren, geez, who's given more of their time to this process than Warren James? Some of the public attacks of you are just absolute rubbish. You are a good person that you want to do good for the community. So, Vicki, if there was a Hall of Fame for board commissioners, you'd be in the Hall of Fame, pal. You would. Thank you. Always a gentleman to me. We've disagreed on votes, and you've never called me and cussed me out. You've just...
I was afraid you'd hit me.
You just said, okay,
I'm over you.
Always been a gentleman to me, even when I was on the caucus. You were kind and respectful and welcomed me in to answer all my stupid questions about the Park District at that time, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Archiambo,
Mr. James.
the elder statesman people. Resolution commemorating the contributions of Mickey Archiambo, which are many. Be it resolved, the Board of Park Commissioners of Winnetka Park District and all its citizens express to Mickey Archiambo their gratitude and appreciation for the invaluable service given as Park Board Commissioner. And whereas for the past 8 years, he has been actively involved in all phases of Park District operations and policy setting, and has contributed greatly to the Board of Commissioners. And whereas Mickey Archiambo has faithfully served as a member of the Board of Park Commissioners for Winnetka Park District since May of 2015.
Wow.
And during his tenure has served as the board president, board vice president, and served as a core team member to finalize the intergovernmental agreement for the stormwater project with the Village of Winnetka. And whereas Mickey Archiambo has made a significant contribution toward many park projects and initiatives, including but not limited to the 2017 to 22 strategic plan, the executive leadership transitions, Dwyer Park Master Plan and Development, Hubbard Woods Park Master Plan and Development, platform tennis court installation, supporting Nick Corwin Park renovation, Winnetka Waterfront 2030 Lakefront Master Plan, completing the Tower Road Bluff to Beach staircase, completing the Lloyd Beach Breakwater project, driving the Elder Centennial planning process, Kemper Sports Agreement and golf course planning, outdoor tennis courts resurfacing. Whereas Mickey Archiambo has been very responsive to the citizens of Winnetka Park District with regard to their desires and concerns pertaining to Park District projects, and has selflessly served to provide excellent Park District facilities and programs for the community. And whereas his great leadership, levity, patience, diplomacy, professionalism, and diligent work with the board and park staff will continue to inspire a higher level of leadership throughout the Park District. Now therefore, be it resolved that this sincere expression of appreciation and gratitude for his outstanding service be a matter of record of the Winnetka Park District, and that the original of this resolution shall be presented to Mickey Archiambo, adopted this 25th day of May 2023. All in favor?
Aye.
30 minutes.
There you go, David.
Yeah, so, the last, oh, and I'm not gonna top David, so, I'm not gonna try. So it was interesting, I literally about 4 o'clock today, and it was like 8 years. Somewhere between 21 to 30 meetings a year. That's close to 200 meetings. Like, that was like, one for one, and two, in some respects, yeah. So it's incredible how time can fly. And it's been a very interesting sojourn. 8 years, all kinds of stuff that have come to last 2 to 3 years have also been very eye-opening. It has, you got patience in here, you probably should strike that. Because at times I have not been patient. And I will tell you, 8 years ago, I struggled with that. I really did. Because I had gone to some village meetings and I was ready to kill people. Because I hated nonsense. And some people were like, I know they were an engineer, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And it's like, you know, as an example, I'm not, and it was just, oh, we're gonna do this, well, it's already a bad situation, but if you do this, it's gonna be worse. And I was like, I'm never gonna be able to be on this board. I won't be able to do it. Luckily, most of you heard the story, and I won't say it, but I saw a television program that drove home to me the concept I said to myself every time before I came to a meeting. Sometimes you can change what people think. You will never change what people believe. And it drove it home, and it drove it home to Port Teresa Claybrook in one of the meetings that we had where there was a dog biting incident. And during remarks from visitors, someone basically went down that crazy path. And unfortunately for her, she smirked and just got blistered.
True.
For that. Well, you remember.
True.
Oh my God, it was
Sitting
awful.
right next to her.
And so at that time, I was vice president, or I was president. But I will tell you, not only did I remind myself of that coming into this to hear stuff, because we've heard all kinds of stuff. The other thing I told myself in Port Teresa was, anytime there were remarks from visitors, I just said, don't make a face, don't make a face, don't make a face, don't make a face.
True.
There's a hard way to do it, but didn't mean I didn't listen. But I just didn't want to do that. So listen, I want to thank each and every one of you. It's, we don't all agree on stuff. We have different mindsets to thing. We have different personalities to thing. I've been honored to do this job, and it's a job. So I appreciate that. I don't. I'll just leave it. Thank you.
And I just want to say, I'm still going to call you. I'm still going to call you for counsel.
Same.
I'm gonna, oh, wait a minute.
You guys-
Clock is it's almost official, right?
Yeah.
Blackmore's going.
Kyle, I'm gonna bring in tomorrow, I'm gonna do the Dog Beach Pass.
Good.
What you call it? Bob. That's the Bob, thank you.
Mr. Archambault,
Mr. James,
may I have a motion to adjourn?
so moved.
Mr. Seaman?
I'll second that.
All right. There's a motion and a second.
All those.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Last one.
Meeting adjourned.
All right.
You are free to
10:06.
go. You are relieved.